Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Start out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 star, 50 shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close? Might just do something. Let me know. Come first number. 10-4. Also still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close? Might just do something. Let me know. 10-5.
33. Can I let a supervisor know that I have a case for arrest attached?
1830. The owner
Come on, StreamYard. Come on, work. And good morning. Hopefully everything is working. I rewatched the last episode. Oh, and the comments aren't coming on. There we go. I rewatched the last episode where I used EvilleCJ, and I really am thinking about going back to that just to try it again. It's been a few months. They never had this many bugs. So I know there was some quirky things with it, but it was never on the level that it is with StreamYard. So I don't know. Maybe, I mean, they got a lot of good updates, but these bugs are just crazy. Oh, whoops. Hold on 1 second. I forgot to send the link. Yikes. It's been a hell of a morning. Or day, I should say. And prayers to anybody in the Midwest. Right now, we are getting hit with this it's been like almost a month now, but the last couple days we have been getting hit with this humongous heat dome. We're looking at 105 to 110 heat index today, and then tomorrow 110 to 115. It's just too damn hot out there. So prayers to anybody. Please be safe. Stay hydrated. I'm not even going outside the next couple days. We're going to be hanging out here, reading through docs. I would really like to try and get to this other show that I was wanting to before all these documents dropped. But this heat, man, I was out yesterday, did the show yesterday, was out yesterday, came back home. I was like, man, I'm going to take a little teeny nap so I can not fall asleep on the show last night. And then I woke up like way fucking late last night. And then I'm like, well, maybe I'll do a police sim game stream or something. And I tell you, man, that heat, it not only does something to your body, it does something to your brain too, man. I'm just sitting there like in a daze, just zoning out and shit. I'm just like, oh, man, I tell you, this weather, this wicked, man. It just keeps getting wicked. But we're going to do a little bit of a recap on part 2, the 15 through 50. Then I'm going to do a couple update thing before we get into all these other documents. I apologize for making the stream for tonight. It was supposed to be for right now. So it didn't even get updated until like maybe 10 minutes before the show. So I apologize about, we're already hit negatively with the algorithm because of the whole BS with the YouTube not liking us a couple times, and for what, free speech, whatever, I don't know. But yeah, so it was like 10 minutes before I was like, oh shoot, that says PM, or I mean, because I had it for 11:50 a.m. and then I looked at it and I was like, oh my gosh, it says PM. But so I went ahead and numbered everything for the next. If we get through to 100, we're going to be doing 51. Trying to get to 100. We'll see if we get there. But we'll be doing every single document. It'll be each individual document will be highlighted at the bottom, and that way it's easy to follow through. And then if anybody ever needs to go back to it, it will always be there. And really, I think after that, because there's so much speculation, and there's a lot of stuff in these docs, I'll tell you that. I mean, I plan on going through all these docs and then having a show at the end with some people, maybe making an edit out of all of these, just the highlighted parts, make a video out of it. So really, it's just things that were like, huh, what, really, a lot of that stuff, and kind of clip out all the other stuff and just have like one video where it's just nothing but highlights and reactions, and then that's kind of documented too, because there's some stuff where you thought it wasn't true, it's turning out to be true. There's stuff that you didn't even know, stuff that kind of was confirmed, stuff that I heard in the first month. A lot of that has been confirmed in the first 50 pages. I tell you that. I was like, holy hell, this shit was right. It's crazy, after all this time. Now, like I said before, the big booms I'm talking about is the connection to Koberger. Like the absolute proof. I did a video on that a couple days ago. It's in the video tab section. I don't think we're going to see that. Like I said, we're going to see bits and pieces of, oh, wow. Oh, okay. This confirms this, or this matches this, or whatever. But I said it's nothing of these documents is going to show the absolute link to Brian Koberger. Like I said, this whole time they were just going off the tip. And that's it. That's all they were going to do, is take it to court and be like, look, we don't know what kind of work they did. That's not us. They just gave us this tip. So, and they know that they're not going to use the homework. There is no homework, right? So basically that's all they were going to try and do. I don't think we're going to see the direct connection. In fact, as we read through these documents, we're actually seeing a lot of alternate perpetrators. We've already came across a couple. Now, what we learned in episode 2 about the extracurricular activity with KG. It makes you wonder if it was one of those. It's like I said back then, like there's this group, and I'm sure Texas was part of it. You know what I'm saying? Connections. But I'm sure some of those guys weren't happy. I don't know. It's just really weird. Like, no matter all these documents that we go through, it's just really weird to me that, even with Koberger, if Koberger really was targeting Maddie or whatever, that part of the conversation, it just, I don't know. The more that I just think about it, the more I just, ever since we found out in the very beginning that Kaylee came back that weekend, after she was down from in Texas. Then she went up to visit mom and dad. And then after that, she went down for the weekend. And then the following couple weekdays, or was supposed to. And that just, I don't know, man. You look at the crime, how much passion, how much rage. How do you get that from meeting somebody at a restaurant? Not only for that, but then, if Maddie was the target, she had the second to least amount of injuries. If Maddie was the target, she had the second least of injuries. Kaylee and Xana had the most, and each in their horrific way. Xana was stabbed more times, was actually chased. Kaylee with the face, stabbed less than Xana. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that kind of amount of aggression and passion towards other people that were not, quote, the intended target, I have a problem with that. Because I don't see why that person would give all of that energy to two other people that aren't, quote, the intended target. And so I still will always think, man, there's just something with Kaylee coming back that weekend. You're hearing about all this stuff, the vice president of Sigma Chi. I tried looking up the vice president of Sigma Chi for a couple minutes. I'll show you that screenshot in a second. AI doesn't even know. We're not exactly sure who was the vice president of Sigma Chi in 2022, but okay, that's interesting, AI. But I don't know, it's just something, the extracurricular activity, the amount of jealousy and rage that can take place between somebody that is jolted to the background. I can see that kind of passion and aggression. And if it's towards Kaylee, who I always thought was the target, then the injuries make sense. So if you look at it like Maddie was the target, the injuries don't make sense when it comes to the passion and the rage to other individuals besides the target. But if Kaylee was the target, like I've always felt, the injuries match up. The disfigurement of the beauty, right? The disfigurement of the beauty. You're never going to be beautiful anymore. And then the person that interrupted him, because who knows what else was going to happen, the person that interrupted him is the one that got the second. It's kind of equal on the injury level when it comes to Kaylee and Xana. Those injuries make sense with that kind of aspect. I mean, I know there's a whole bunch of theories out there. There really is. And for police to say that the house was a target, that's why I said when this plea deal took place, unfortunately, because I've seen it, Idaho 4 is not the only case we work on or covered. And there's some cases out there when it gets to a point where there's no answers, the speculation just freaking goes overfilled. That's why I said this is what it's going to be with Idaho 4, and it's unfortunate because all this time and this trial was supposed to answer all these questions. We'll never know for sure. We'll never know for sure. Anybody can come up with any theory. And you know what? more often than not, 98% are going to be like, well, you can't say that it couldn't, and there's no proof that it could. So that's the unfortunate part about it. All right, before we get into these, what's up, Nina? Before we get into these, I want to share this with you guys real quick, and then we're going to play a little quick video for an update. Then I'm going to go through and do a recap of yesterday with some screenshots that I took, and then we're going to get in to the rest of these documents here. So give me 1 second. Let me get this switched up. Whoop. Let's go like this. All right. So, and this is the sad part about it. When it comes to this, is that the no answers. When it comes to the no answers, this is like, that's why I put out a video a few days ago about how the prosecution just is gaslighting the shit out of all these families. And then you see Bill Thompson come out with this damn interview. Like, you already saw how giddy he was on the press conference after the sentencing. He was all giddy as shit. It's disgusting. It was disgusting. And then you see him do some local news interview, and he's just gloating about it. And I'm just, it's like, dude, you knew damn well with just the tip, you could have had an issue when it came to a conviction. Because who knows? Maybe he would have got manslaughter. You don't know how it would have turned out, because you don't know what the jury was going to decide. It was that up, besides the tip. Because other than that, what else? That's why when Chief Fry comes out and does an interview and says, well, I think even if the sheath wasn't left, I think we would have got him. I think bullshit. That's why, when people want to say, he's not that smart, I'm going to tell you, he was that smart. He was that smart. Because to me, if he didn't leave that sheath behind, and the reason I think he left it is because Xana interrupted him, he went in there with the sheath on the knife, used the butt of the K-bar, the part with the indent, the handle, to gag her, and then used the butt of it to, then took the sheath off, purposely put it down, purposely put the sheath down, and then when Xana came up, all of a sudden he lost track. He lost track, and he didn't even think about it until he got back home and was like, shit, I didn't put the sheath in that garbage bag. Damn, maybe I should try and go back. I try and go back. All of a sudden, I see the front door open. I'm like, oh, fuck. Who the fuck is in there? I don't see any cops around here. That's weird. Why is there no cops around here? But that front door's wide open. Oh, shit. Well, I was going to try and go back in there and get it, but no. Somebody's in there. I can't. I'm just going to go back. That's what I think took place. Crazy. Well, I know that they couldn't, I know that they kept trying to get that warrant for his arrest, and they couldn't get it with the grand jury until they put the DNA tip in there from the FBI. Because they had tried multiple times to push that warrant through, and the judge wouldn't do it. Judge wouldn't do it. Once they put that tip with the FBI in there and the DNA, then that's when they signed off for the warrant to go arrest Koberger in Pennsylvania. And I know that the grand jury also had questions when it came to this whole process. They wanted more information. Prosecution wouldn't give it to them. So that says a lot. If a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich and the grand jury is asking the prosecution for more information before all these court hearings popped off, that says a lot. That says we still need something. But they went ahead and did it anyway because, like I said, Bill Thompson's like, look, we were already able to arrest him off of this, so you should be able to give the go-ahead. Well, you are right, Mr. Thompson. Okay, then. But it's unfortunate with none of these answers in this trial not happening and nothing having to be stated, where you put the weapon, where you put the clothing, who was the target, what was the target, who, how did it go down? Did you see the DoorDash driver walk by you as you were ducked down in the trees and the bushes between the house and the bushes before you went in there? What way did you get in? What way did you get out? How did you not have any DNA on the vehicle? All of these things. And the families will never even get to know except for what little bits are coming out. And I feel bad for them because as we're reading these documents, and we are seeing the stuff that is coming out in these documents, that's so unfortunate that the prosecution not only didn't have enough balls to take this thing to trial, because they should have gave him a DP. They should have had the answers out there. They should have been able to have these families know exactly what the hell happened. And the fact that they're coming across these documents and coming across stuff that they should have been told in the first place, this is unfortunate. And the fact that we're actually coming out and we're seeing it before they are. We're seeing it before they are. In some instances, you saw when Olivia did her interview with Brian, and she was saying that the website was crashing. As soon as they came up, it instantly went and saved them all. And so when we're seeing this stuff, we're like, damn, think about this. Think about the Chapin family, right? When we watched that Prime doc, One Night in Idaho, and the Chapin family and the mom was sitting there going, I asked them, you guys, is there anything that's going to be coming out about Ethan and substances? And they're like, no. Man, we're seeing in these documents a whole bunch of substances. And 2 names being involved with those substances with whoever they're interviewing. This is how they're finding out this stuff. So now Ethan's mom is on the doc saying, I reached out to him and asked them both, before something comes out, let me know, is this true or not? No, Mom, no. You see Josie on the doc. They talked about this being a substance house, and we're trying to think, and no, not at all. We don't do that. Holy shit, look at these documents. Look at what the people that are close to them are saying. And the families that don't know this are coming across this. Not only the stuff that's being said about their loved ones and the stuff that they probably didn't even know, because you're not going to tell your parents everything, but then also the other people that had suspicion around them, especially Showalter. If Showalter doesn't look suspicious to you already, and we're through document 50. If Showalter doesn't look suspicious to you already, I don't know who else would be. And I don't understand how law enforcement cleared a lot of these people this damn quick. Because now we're getting through the parts of the documents where they've done put out a statement on their website saying these are the people that aren't, quote, cleared, but they are of no interest to us at this time. And they gave you a whole list of people. Guess who was on there? Two of the people that are already suspicious to us through these documents, through document 50, especially Showalter. You know, we're going through these documents, and then I'm like, damn, I need to re-listen to all these times that Kim came on the show and was talking about Jack Showalter, because she kept talking about Showalter a lot. And this whole time, until these documents came out, this whole time, I thought Showalter was a good friend. Knew both of the girls very well. Oh, well, guess what? He was suspicious, and Cole, the other guy that was at the corner club that got kicked out, was a little suspicious too. There's some other people that, like I said before, when this plea deal happened and we found out there was not going to be any answers, and I said we're not going to find out any connection to Coburg. We're not gonna find any connection to Koberger. Go ahead, you guys. Think that all this stuff's gonna come dropping down like crazy. It's not gonna happen. We'll find out little connections here and there. There will be no direct link to Koberger. Bill Thompson told you himself. I said this whole time they were just going off the tip. That's the only thing they were going to use in court. That's why they took the plea deal. That's why they didn't tell these families any of the details. That's why they didn't release these documents to any of the families once the plea deal agreement was made, because that's when it should have happened. When that plea deal agreement was made, these families should have got all these documents. It's a bunch of BS. There's a reason why they didn't give these families the documents, because they didn't want these families to see the truth that we are seeing as we go through them. No direction, no link to Koberger, and a whole bunch of other suspicious ass people that we thought one thing, and then time goes by and we're like, wait a minute, Showalter was not a friend? Showalter was a guy that was alone in Queen Road Apartments? It's no wonder when I went there and I sat back in the parking lot, when I felt that energy, and you can see it on that first time I went there. I'll drop the link in a second. So there's a reason why I was like, man, I feel like somebody could have been living at this apartment complex and they would have got enough rage and passion to commit this crime, because they didn't get to enjoy all the fun that they were seeing in front of them when they were just coming home to park. And why should they have to go park on the other side? Because they don't want to have to come, or why should they have to shut their windows because they don't want to hear all the fun that's taking place that they can't have? That's why I said when that plea deal agreement was done, we knew there weren't going to be any answers. I said, I bet you that these families get to a point when these documents get put out there. I bet you these families will get to a point and say, you know what, honey? I'm kind of starting to doubt what we were told. I already said it. It's on tape. I already said it. No, that would never happen. They would always, 100%, it's always going to be. I said, just wait. Wait till these documents come out. There's going to be a little teeny part of them that is going to go, I kind of don't believe what we were told. It's unfortunate that we have to see it and we're going to see it before then. So this is an interview that Steve G did last night on News Nation. Excuse me, my voice is it's a lot of reading. But Steve G did an interview last night, and they were talking about this threatening text that Christie got while they were sitting in the courtroom. And it's unfortunate to say this. It really is. But being a content creator, okay? Being a content creator, being exposed out there in the elements, this kind of stuff happens all the time. But I hate to see it happen to a family that was sitting there during the court process. Obviously, I'm sitting right next to you. I mean, get real. Let's get real. Hold on one second. It looks like StreamYard's bugging out. But it's like, get real. Now, when it came to some of the comments, because you'll see what they said, when it came to some of the comments about getting Ard in prison and stuff, I was like, whoa, that's kind of, I mean, I understand, but I was just like, that's kind of gross. Ew. But what they said was nuts, man. And I'm glad that they're getting to the bottom of it, because it's just some troll shit. That's the unfortunate part with true crime. When you're trying to do this to bring awareness the right way for victims, families, and communities, and all of this troll shit, it's like, people, can you just be a human for a little bit? If your life is that shitty where you just have to go be shitty to other people, well, just go sit in your room for a little bit all alone. You know what I'm saying? Why spread all the negative? We've been blessed with this beautiful gift of life. We're only here a short time. This is an experience that, as far as I believe, we're not reincarnated. So this is an experience you only get once. So why not try and live it to the fullest? Try and be as happy as you can, and try and look for all the good moments and the good things, because that's what you're going to take with you. The whole troll shit is just ridiculous, and it's unfortunate that during this process, where this was supposed to be a part where they were supposed to kind of make it to that next step, it's never a closure, but it's the next step in the process. And for them to have to feel this, I mean, this is crazy shit. I'm sure you've seen it, but I wanted to go through it with you real quick, because it really is ridiculous. And it just reminds me of the troll shit. You'll see this stuff in the comment sections. It's gross. But here's this. He's going to talk about moving the podium. And that, like I said, when we were doing that live and that happened, I was like, whoa, he just, oh shit, it's about to happen. But Olivia put it very beautifully when she did that interview with Brian Etten later on, and she said he kind of like spread his wings so I could fly. And I really hope, it's like I said when we watched that live, she really should go for like politics or something, and be an advocate, not politics for a state senator or something like that. What I mean is she should go into like some kind of politics that you're an advocate for victims. like where you're going to make laws happen, and you're fighting for other families and speaking up and using your voice to change laws and stuff like that. I mean, like that. Like she's got that power and that voice and the energy that she could really make a lot of difference in this world, and doing like a political victims advocate kind of thing. I think she would do amazing, and I think she would change uh, a lot of things for the better and really make a humongous impact on this planet. And plus, if you think about it like this, she had Kaylee's energy going through her when she was doing that, right? She was spreading Kaylee's energy around that courtroom. Can you imagine how much of energy of Kaylee's that she could spread throughout this whole world by helping all of these other victims and families? Like that could be Kaylee and her energy just reaching the whole planet. And I hope, I'm not her. I don't know who she is, and I don't know what her life's like or anything, but I'm just, I can see her making a difference that would just be like beyond this planet. All right, so here's Steve talking about this real quick, and then we'll get into the little bit of the recap from yesterday and then these documents.
When you turned that podium and I was in the courtroom, it was like, man, it's on now. I mean, that was really a moment. I first want to ask you though, and I noticed this, I was sitting behind you guys and I saw Christy, your wife, pull out her phone and look sort of disturbed. And then you guys called the deputy over and then he was looking at your phone. And I kind of figured something bad was going on. And it turns out that it was a threatening text message that she had received during the actual sentencing while the victim impact statements were going on. And I don't want to read the whole thing because I just don't want to give glory to, All
right, I'm going to go ahead and read it. And it says, sitting near you in court and watching you is a joke. You know that Brian is innocent. Making threats to Brian about getting Ard in prison was very silly. I am in contact with a lot of SKs, including BTK, and I've been put in contact with a wannabe SK who is in Moscow, Idaho, and I have given him your address. Some troll ass shit. And to contact the family during this sentencing hearing with some troll ass shit. Karma's a bitch. Karma exists. Karma's real. And you get it back worse than what you give it. So I really hope, like, there's some miserable ass people on this planet. And it's disgusting. I mean, you can... If you're good at digging, you can dig it up. And also, it could have been somebody that got upset with them. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said when it came to this plea deal, right? People are like, oh my gosh, how could you say that Koberger's innocent or guilty? And I'm like, look, guys, he admitted it. What do you want me to do? I questioned and challenged the evidence. That's why I worked so hard on it. That's why I went out there and did work out there. Why in the hell would I spend $5,000 fucking dollars to go out to Moscow, Idaho for a damn week to do some shit if I didn't? You know what I'm saying? Hello. But when the dude is eager and he's focused and I did it, I'm like, holy shit. It's happened to all of us in our life where there's somebody that, like, You thought somebody was a certain way, and then time goes by and you're thrown for a damn loop, and you're like, holy shit. They fooled me. It happens a lot at work, relationships, school, friendships, family, everything. Time will go by and you're like, whoa, shit. I didn't even, in my wildest dreams, I never thought that this person would be like this. It happens. So after all this time, I questioned the evidence. I didn't question him. I questioned the evidence. Well, when you don't need to question the evidence anymore because somebody admitted it, well, what do you want? Yes, I always said this whole time this evidence was questionable. Why do you think I did what I did? Why do you think I went out there? Fuck. I have a fear of flying on planes, you guys. I have a freaking fear of flying on planes. That's why I drive everywhere. I put my damn fear aside to go out and do work in Moscow to challenge the evidence. Hello? You know how long I was on a fucking plane where my anxiety was through the damn roof? Humongous fear, especially when I'm seeing damn mountains and shit. I'm like, damn, I just don't even, I don't even want to be 10 feet off the ground. And I'm freaking how many thousand? I couldn't take the train moto. That's the thing. I was already planning on, at that point, this was in, October of 2023. I was like, you know what? After the winter, I'm going to drive out there. I was already making plans to do a road trip to go to Moscow after the winter because it was already, I'm like, look, I'm not going to take the chances driving through the mountains. I've never been in that part of the country before. I'm not going to take the chances driving through the mountains, especially when it comes to end of October and November. I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm going to be stranded and I'm going to die off the side of the road because I don't have chains or some shit. All right. Or the mountains, whatever. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to wait until the winter goes by and then I'm going to make the road trip up there. I'm going to do the work. There was somebody else. We were going to do the road trip together. We were going to document it all. But then when the FBI showed up on Halloween to take more stuff of the inside of the house, 3D images, right? Right when the FBI came there on October 31st, 2023, I said, shit, they're going to tear this house down during the winter break. They're not going to wait. So that's when also October 31st is when I said, son of a bitch, they're going to tear that house down. I need to get out there as soon as possible because the longer I wait, the worse the weather's going to get and the harder of a time I'm going to have trying to accomplish that. And I knew what they were doing before they did it. So that's why it cost me so much to go out there because from October 31st, when I saw it, I made the decision. My feet were in Moscow, Idaho on November 8th. 8 days later, my feet were in Moscow, Idaho. Because I knew, look, the longer I wait, the less of a chance I'm going to have, and this stuff needs documented. And it was kind of perfect because I ended up being there for the year anniversary. The footage got to be perfect because it's not in January, it's not in July, it's not in August, it's the same week that the crimes took place. So when it comes to the lighting, when it comes to the foliage, when it comes to the atmosphere, it is all exactly the same that it was when the crime took place. Yes, the evidence has always been questionable. You can see it in these documents as we go through them. But if somebody is eager to answer, gets ready to get out of his chair a minute and a half before the judge even asks him a question, and then the judge is like, well, you don't have to stand up, sir. Yes, yes, yes. Do you understand? Yes. Was your counsel effective? Yes. Did you go through all the doc? Yes, yes. Did you do it? Yes, yes, yes. All right, how long do you want to wait? Leans over to AT. I want this done ASAP. All right, we want this done ASAP. Like, okay. But this is some sick stuff right here, though. Right before, as you're sitting there and you're doing the sentencing and you're trying to get to that next step, and then next thing you know, you get this in court. That has to just drop your heart, because instantly you're going, who around here is sending me this? Now, obviously, if I got it, I'd be like, bullshit, this person ain't sitting here. Give me a break. Give me a break. But this right here, it's ridiculous. There's a link. If you're a member, that's my first time at 1122 King Road during the first year anniversary. That's the first time that I drove to the back. And when I got back there, it would be kind of cool to go visit those shows between. I did some live shows between 11:08 and 11:15 on my trip there. It would be kind of cool to go back and visit those live streams and kind of just you can hear the descriptions of everything that I'm doing and working on, and the stuff that I'm learning, and the stuff that's getting exposed. It's those lives are, I need to go back to those sometime and listen to those. But there's that link. That's the raw footage. And you see as I'm right outside Moscow. And so you see the whole drive as I'm getting into Moscow, as I'm turning, getting close, driving by different locations, and then I end up at the back of 1122 for the first time before. So that was the first day I got there, and then I did all of that other work. And at one point, I'm just going to drop all my footage. I wish there was an easier way to do that, because there's so much. But at one point, since the trial's done, since all this is pretty much done, we're just going to be walking through these documents, going through them. I don't really see a reason to not just dump it all out there. But all right, so I wanted to share that with you guys real quick. I think it's really ridiculous that the family has to see that. There's an interesting conversation between Rosie and Caddy this morning when it came to Kaylee's room, right? So Rosie said, I saw Ashley said in the video that Kaylee was likely in Maddie's room because she was moving out and her bedding was probably packed up. We should probably clarify that one of the police reports said that Kaylee's bed was not packed up, and it looked like somebody had been laying in it earlier. And so Caddy, shout out to her, she went and found a photo from Fox News from the day after, and I want to share that with you guys real quick. And I thought that was very interesting. So here's the photo from Fox News where it shows right there the lights lit up and in the backyard. And then also you can see her room right here. Yeah. The police found Murphy in the room. That's why I keep saying that this person gained access through this door. I have the whole time. The person gained access through this door, hid in this room. Murphy was a party dog, so he's not going to freak out if he sees a stranger. He's used to seeing strangers. He's a party dog. So Koberger probably petted him and, hey, buddy, how you doing, buddy? You know, became buddies. But yeah, here's the photo of Kaylee's room right there. So shout out Rosie and Caddy. I thought it was a really cool little quick conversation that they had. All right, so I want to share. Let me see here. Where else? I want to share this too. So, like I said, after the show yesterday, I wanted to see who was the vice president, right? Because in one of the documents, we're recapping the documents now. I should put timestamps in here as we do the recaps and then stuff like that, because it's obvious when we're reading the documents. But after the show, I just did a quick little search with Google AI, and I was like, who was Sigma Chi's vice president in Moscow, Idaho in 2022? And I thought this was pretty interesting. It said information regarding Sigma Chi's chapter at the University of Idaho in Moscow is the Gamma Eta chapter. Information regarding the specific vice president for the Gamma Eta chapter in 2022 is not available in the search results provided. I'm like, what? So I went through their Facebooks and I went through their socials, and I couldn't. I just did it real quick. It's not like I dug into it. I just kind of spent like a half hour on it. And I found some really cool pictures with Ethan on there too. I thought it was really neat. Him doing like volunteer projects and stuff with Sigma Chi. I ran across a lot of cool photos as I was kind of digging through a little bit. But Chase Janet served as vice president during the 2020-2021 school year before taking on the role of risk manager. It is not clear whether he was still in this role in 2022. Elijah Hall, yeah, we're not talking president. We know who the president is. The president, we exposed him on our 1-year anniversary trip as being connected to a lot of this shit when it comes to here, let me drop the link if nobody's seen those. It's Uncovering the Cover playlist. Hold on, let me get that. Because that's basically stuff that we were learning on our first year, or on the 1st-year anniversary trip. And then we started going through it and exposing some shit. Where is that link? There's so many. Here it is. Uncovering the Cover. Check those out. Speaking of Mr. Reed. But no, we're looking for vice president, right? Because in the documents yesterday, we found out that Kaylee had recently, been, quote, seeing the vice president of Sigma Chi, too. Elijah Hall served as historian in KSTOR and also as IFC vice president of PR. It is not specified if this was in 2022. Now, Reed is the president, right? Reed was recognized for leadership with the Gamma Eta chapter in the University of Idaho. Yeah, he got a lot of awards in 2022 following tragic events in the community. So isn't it crazy? Is it possible that the role was held by one of these individuals or someone else during 2022? AI asked me a question. So I went to AI asking. Who? Who was the vice president for Sigma Chi in 2022 for Moscow, Idaho chapter? And AI asked me a damn question. Is it possible that the role was held by one of these individuals, CJ? Or someone else? What the fuck? Ain't that weird? Damn, Moto, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I watched Lana's deep dive. I'm not convinced at all. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said with this plea deal agreement and everything being hushed, and why the prosecution wanted the plea deal and gaslit the family is because they didn't want to show that there was not going to be any connections to BK other than the tip, and you're not going to see it in these documents. That's why me and Mr. Andrew D. Myers made a coffee bet, because I told him, look, man, we're going to find out little bits of stuff like we're finding out, but we're not going to find that, oh, it's BK for sure. I already knew that this was not going to be in these documents. You could see how the prosecution was acting and how they were gaslighting the family. They were gaslighting everybody since the very beginning. Gaslighting. Wait 3 days to have a press conference. Gaslighting. In each press conference, you can tell the community that they're safe, but you don't know who, how many, where, or if they really are going to do it again. Gaslighting. Wouldn't answer the questions that the public was asking. How can you tell us that we're safe? How can you tell us that we're safe if you don't even know who, how many, where, or if again? Gaslighting. When it came to the arrest, gaslighting. When it came to the PCA, gaslighting. The first week, the PCA don't make sense, you guys. I see all these other PCAs, and they got way more than this, and this is, I don't know. I have to wait until trial. Then it gets to these court hearings in 2023. Documents are supposed to come out. The defense is asking for, 24 supplemental discovery requests? Gaslighting. You know why there was all those requests? Because there was no definitive proof that BK committed the acts other than the tip from the FBI. It's why the tip was always just the tip. That's why people made fun of it in December 2023, in January 2023. Because I said, look, it's just the tip. I gotta wait until trial. But when I waited and I was waiting for trial, and then Koberger says, yep. Okay. I mean, the person that committed the crime is telling you that he committed the crime. Does that change the evidence? That's why I say people got to separate it. They got to separate BK and his plea, and they got to separate the evidence, because the evidence is going to tell you one thing. BK is telling you the other. That's why it's unfortunate, and that's why we're never going to get the truth, and that's why there's going to be nothing but speculation from this point on, because how are we going to know if something is true or not? Now, you say you believe his silence is in plea for his innocence, but the thing is this is how I'm looking at it, Moto. On average, 27 years until you're put to death in the state of Idaho. On average, you got 27 years. If you're trying to become innocent, then you would want the DP conviction. Number one, you're going to roll the dice. You should go to the show that Andrew D. Meyer was on. He's a criminal defense attorney. I asked him, would you roll the dice? Damn straight. Would you advise your client to roll the dice? Yes. Yes. He had a chance to change it. Look at how everybody today is questioning this evidence, right? We're going through these documents. There's so many questions. There's so many other people. Look at how many people question the evidence. How can one jury member not get convinced to vote not guilty? Out of all of us that are sitting here going, man, this is questionable. One jury, that's why Andrew D. Meyer said, damn straight, I'm rolling the dice. Because you can convince one jury member. So if it was about trying to gain your innocence, you went about it ass backwards. Because if you were really wanting to be guilty to then be innocent, then you would have wanted the DP conviction, because guess what happens with the DP conviction? You go to the very top of the list for the Innocence Project, right? Because that's what you're going to have to utilize if you go that route. So that puts you at the very top of the list for the Innocence Project. Now, you don't think the Innocence Project is going to sit here and go, damn, we got Brian Koberger wanting that. You don't think that even puts him more at the top of the list? Bro, you got 27 years when on average it takes 5 to 10 for the Innocence Project to get you out of your conviction. 5 to 10 years. So you have 5 to 10 years to work with the Innocence Project and get a fast track on everything because of your celebrity to then get you off of this conviction. So using the DP would be in your benefit. The fact that you plead guilty, the fact that you plead to no appeal or agree to no appeal, the fact that you agree to no parole, do you know what that does to you for the Innocence Project? That puts you at the very bottom of the list. And when you think of how many people are trying to get on the Innocence Project, you're never going to happen. It's never going to happen. So if that was the goal, and even Andrew D. Myers said, damn, man, I don't even know if BK would have thought about it like you just broke it down, CJ. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. But if this was your way of trying to become innocent, bro, because you know, like I just said, there you could have convinced, and this is why the prosecution didn't want to tell the families everything. They wanted to hurry up. Oh, we already sent the deal over. Sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. They did that for a reason. Because they knew Brian Koberger had a really good chance of convincing one jury member to vote not guilty when it came to all of this stuff that was going to be put out in trial. Okay? So, I guarantee you, if BK would have went to AT and said, Ann, do me a favor. Make sure that I can still have an appeal. Okay, Ann? I don't care about the parole. I want to make sure that I still have the appeal. I guarantee you the prosecution would have said, okay, we don't want this thing to go to trial because we would rather have him take his plea and plead to all these crimes. We'll let him have the chance of appeal. At least he's convicted. At least he's going to jail. There's a chance that the appeal process won't even take place. So who cares about the appeal? And that's Bill Thompson. I guarantee you, BK could have got a plea deal in that agreement. Bill Thompson would have took it because he knew, you know what? I'd rather have the chance of him having an appeal that might work than going through trial and him being found not guilty or getting lesser charges like manslaughter. That's why. So I do, if I would think that Brian, I would, with Andrew's comment, I don't know if he would have broke it down like that, CJ, and thought about it like that. I hope he did. And I would think that he did. Considering his background, considering his schooling. I would hope that he looked at it that way, because I look at it as if I was in that position and I didn't commit the crime, I'm going to take that chance because my lawyer is standing up in front of the judge in the courtroom pleading multiple times how she has yet to find the connection between me and that crime. And as we're looking through all these documents that are getting released and I'm reading it, and I could sit here myself and go, wow, there's so many other people there could be, Ann. Like, how are they going to prove that it's me if there's so many other people that it could be, Ann Taylor? I want to take my chance. And then I'm going to tell Ann Taylor, you know what? If I do end up getting found guilty and death penalty, I have 27 years, Ann, and it only takes me 5 to 10 for the Innocence Project. That's way better than pleading to this crime with no appeal and no parole, right, Ann? That's a lot better, right, Ann? Because if I take no appeal and no parole and I admit to all these crimes, with the judge asking me all the questions that he asked me in the plea deal agreement hearing, I pretty much screwed any chance that I have of having a way to be found, to have my freedom, huh? Because I literally went from the best chance to have my freedom to the absolute worst chance to try and have my freedom. So I would like to know, when it comes to this evidence, yes, there's nothing that puts him at the house. Bill Taylor said it himself in that hearing. Bill Thompson. What's up, Rosie? Bill Thompson said it himself. In that plea deal agreement hearing, we don't have a direct link to 1122 and BK. And that's when I said, holy shit, he really did commit this crime. Because Bill Thompson just admitted right there that they didn't have anything other than the tip, and that's all that they could use at trial. That's why I said when these redacted documents come out that we're reading, we are not going to find the link to Brian Kohberger because it's not in these documents. And that's the really sad part about all of this, Moto, is that the trial not taking place, we're not going to know the truth. We're never going to know the truth. And even if Brian Kohberger comes out and says this is what happened and this is how it went down and this is what I did the months prior and all of these other things or whatever, we're never going to know the truth. Ever. We're never going to know the truth. Whatever's in these documents is also can be suggestive too. We're never going to know the exact truth. And that's the worst part of it all, is that there's this many questions. I mean, think about it. There was already this many questions in the Idaho 4 case. Now that he admitted it, there's even more questions because it's like, why? How? What? There's even more questions on it. Now we're reading these documents and we're going through all this stuff and we're seeing all the stuff that's being confirmed that we heard from the very beginning, that's being shown. Wow, we didn't know it was this level, or we're seeing stuff that we didn't even know. Even more questions. And with there not ever gonna be a trial, we're never going to know the damn answers. And that's the horrible part about it, is because of all these other cases that I cover and work on. And I've seen some of them when they get to a point where there's no answers and there's no direction. It just becomes a humongous speculation thunderstorm. And it's horrible because there's all these people that are dedicated to all these true crime shows. 98% of them really freaking care, man. And that's why they believe a lot of the crazy ass shit, is because they care so much. They just want to believe that whatever it is, it takes them to the truth and the justice for these victims. That's why these people believe some wild ass shit sometimes. And when it becomes a speculation thunderstorm, it does nothing but send these people on an emotional roller coaster that they don't even need to be on. And it's unfortunate. In this case, it was beautiful because the whole time up until there wasn't going to be a trial, the whole time was great because there was, all of the shit was at a minimum. The troll shit, the nasty shit. There was a lot of good conversations going on. There was all of this stuff, good thoughts, good theories. But we all knew one day the trial is going to come, and that one day we're going to know. We're going to know if this was true. We're going to know if this wasn't true. We're going to know if this really could have taken place. We're going to know if that, we're going to know the answers. And now, after this plea deal agreement was made, and after this sentencing, it's been nothing but a few weeks of, hey, what about this connection? Hey, what about this thought? What? And it's like, and then these people are so like, they're so passionate about one side or the other, and everybody's losing focus. It doesn't fucking matter if you think Brian Kohberger's guilty or innocent when it comes to your emotion. What matters is these victims. There is no damn fence for these victims. Kohberger being guilty or innocent, that's not the fence that you should be worried about. The fence that you should be worried about is the victim's fence. So many people are so focused on fucking Kohberger's name, and the anger that they are displaying towards other fucking people is ridiculous. You lose all focus and sight of what it's really about. It's about these victims. It doesn't matter. It could be Kohberger. It could be Jim Berger as the last name in these documents. It don't effing matter. What matters is it's about the victims. So argue the evidence. That's fine. How are you going to argue BK pleading guilty? He effing did it. It wasn't some alternate universe that you let and jumped over to, and then you hop back over here and we're like, yeah, he's not guilty. The dude effing admitted it. Oh, he's not guilty. Oh, you talked to Kohberger? Or you're an investigator? You were part of the investigation out there in Moscow? You have all the discovery? You have all the training and all the schooling and all the common sense that goes along with it? Oh, you know? But one thing you do know is there's people in your life that have came across and you thought, wow, I thought this person was just like this, and all of a sudden, holy shit, I never knew. It's happened since caveman days, where cavemen were going, huh? They didn't. I thought this guy was this way for all this time, and after all this time goes by, they turned out to be somebody else I never thought they could ever be. Damn, they threw my... It happens throughout your whole life. Guess what? It happened again. Because I thought the dude was innocent. But when it came to the agreement and the admission and the confession, you gotta separate it. Okay, that's fine. BK, whether you think he's guilty or not, I'm not here to tell you what's true or not, because I don't effing know, because I'm not fucking Kohberger. But what I do know is he admitted it. What I do know is I go off of his body movements, his actions, everything that takes place, this plea deal, all of this other stuff. It don't make sense. Yes, there's questions, but I don't listen. Whether he is guilty or not, that's on him, dude. Because if my ass was up there, and I can probably say that most of you would feel the same way. If you were standing in front of a judge and they were blaming you for this crime and you didn't do it, and you had that opportunity with this shoddy evidence that we're seeing in these documents, and you're going to admit to that crime if you didn't do it? Look, if you want to admit to stealing a bike and you didn't do it, that's one thing. Because I hear a lot of people saying, well, I admitted to shit that I didn't do. But yeah, you stole a fucking bike, dude. This is different than killing 4 people. You're not going to admit to killing 4 people, especially if you didn't do it. And you have this shoddy evidence right in front of your face. You have an attorney that's standing right next to you. That what other defense attorney stands in front of the judge in the courtroom and says, Your Honor, I have yet to see the link between my client and the crime. 24 supplemental discovery requests. That tells you it's not rocket science. That tells you I got a pretty good fucking chance, Jim Bob. I got a pretty good fucking chance. And this dude went to school for it. You can never know if BK is guilty or not because we weren't there. It's why I said, oh, CJ, you're flip-flopping. I ain't flip-flopping shit. I didn't flip-flop. BK flip-flopped. What are you talking about? I've always said from the beginning, I'm going off the damn evidence because it isn't about Kohberger. It's about these victims' families and communities. And the only way to get the true justice for these victims' families and communities is to be about the victims' families and communities, regardless of whose effing name it is. So no, there was no flip-flop. It's called, guess what? The dude admitted it. I saw how eager he was. Listen, I wouldn't do it if I was him. I broke it down, and Andrew's like, dude, I don't know if BK even thought about it like that, but hello? You got plenty of time in fucking prison, dude. You got plenty of time in the jail cell to sit there and think, what is my best option? You got counsel to ask for advice. What is my best option? I can pretty damn guarantee you that Ann Taylor probably broke it down like I did to Kohberger. Well, this is your best option, Brian. The dude admitted it. What do you want? You know, to hate on people, you're taken away from the victims. That's and I hate to see it because the trial was supposed to answer a lot of these questions. The community would have remained like grounded. And after this stuff's happening, and you see all these people have this crazy passion because of Kohberger, it's like, bro, you're not even thinking about the victims, and then the way that you're treating other people, the shows that you're doing, these creators that are doing these other topics that you're never gonna know the fucking answer, and all it does is inflame these fucking emotional ass people to then act even stronger than what they were acting the day before. It's no wonder Steve G and Christy got the damn troll shit. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't come from the speculation ass bullshit that's been happening on this fucking platform with these other fucking shows. And then it's angering them even more, and that probably fucking made them fucking text the fucking G family that shit. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, actually, if I can just jump in there, I mean, when you look at the wording of that threat and the way they censored the R word, that does look like a YouTuber or somebody who's very familiar with the way we speak here, because somebody else wouldn't do that. That's become our language, right? We don't censor words like that in a text. So I would say it's pretty likely based on that it's somebody who's at least very exposed to this platform, if not a content creator.
I mean, that's what I wondered when I saw Rosie. I was like, is it a content creator?
Look at how it's censored.
Because I mean, if we, the digging that we do, we're able to find stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I first thought too, is when I saw it, I was like, I wonder if it's a content creator that was able to dig up the phone number. Let me see here. Moto Man, $10 super chat. The problem was the timing of the video series books. Yes. Oh yeah. The dateline. That's why I said it kind of goes back to, and thank you for that. It kind of goes back to what I was saying about why the prosecution would greenlight the dateline, the leaks, all of that stuff, because you can hear what I was saying back then and what I've always said. They don't want to show what they didn't have. And so, like they told Steve G, just wait till trial. They get to trial. Steve G's going, why is all this stuff sealed? Just wait till the trial. And then he's like, okay, I'm supposed to wait. I'm supposed to wait. And then he gets to and all of a sudden they're being secret. And it's like, Steve G said it himself. He said they've been covering for their asses this whole time. That's all they've been doing. That's why they didn't want these documents out at all and sealed everything to make the families question, why is this even sealed? Because they didn't want the families to go, wait a minute, I have questions. Look at all the questions that we're having already through the first 50 docs. You know what I'm saying? The family is going to have those questions too. They didn't want the family to have those questions.
I mean, if anything that he's saying, that Steve's saying recently is true, then that was part of, I guess, a strategy to keep the families from speaking to each other as well, because he's saying that some of them felt they didn't have all of the info about Kaylee, and they wouldn't have necessarily been so eager to agree had they known. So keeping the documents was in the same line as keeping them from each other, like divide and conquer, you know.
Right.
I mean, it's shocking.
Yeah, you keep everybody separated so they don't figure out the truth. That's why in the very beginning, in November 2022, early December 2022, that's why they went to Steve and said, Steve, just calm down. Just don't say nothing. Because he was actually exposing the truth. And yeah, I can guarantee you, I mean, look at this. We're 50 docs through 314. Do you not think these families would read the first 50 docs alone and sit there and go, I want to see this trial? I mean, yeah. Yes. That's why. And I'm saying, as we go through them, there's not going to be anything that is going to show that Brian Kober for sure committed this crime. It's going to be a lot of this little stuff. And that's why every family, I really feel, if they would have read it, they would have went, you know what, we need to see this go to trial, because what if it was Mr. Showalter?
Yeah.
I know if I was a family member and I'm reading this stuff, look, 50 docs through, I'm already sitting there going, there's already the alternate suspects in the first 50 docs already, and we haven't even gone through the rest of them.
Yeah.
There's already alternate suspects, legitimate. So, yes, they would have those questions. They would want to see this thing go into trial. That's why they didn't even, I really feel like that's why they didn't want to release these docs until after everything was done and the sentencing was done, was because they didn't want the families to come across this. Look, before these documents come out, look what Steve Jr. was saying outside the courtroom after the plea hearing was done, right? The reason that he didn't want to get up at the podium and speak was the same reason why he waited until, which was a very respectful move. Very respectful move, because you know what you said about Bill Thompson, bro. We've been saying it from the very beginning, especially when I was out there for my year anniversary trip, because that's when I started realizing all the connections between all of these other little groups. I'm like, holy shit. Okay, we've been saying that from the beginning. And shout out to Steve Jr. for saying it, because it's true. It's true. Bill Thompson was gaslit the whole community, the victims, the families. He did nothing, as far as I'm concerned, but trash the people that deserve the truth and the justice. He did nothing but trash on them. And it's because they didn't want people to see this stuff. And so it was very respectful for him to wait until after it was done. But you heard what Steve Jr. said. He was talking about, basically what we're all saying after we're reading these docs. It's almost like he had a premonition before he even got to read the docs that, you know what, I need to get this off. I need to say this, instead of the impact statement that everybody else was doing. He wanted to bring attention to what Bill Thompson had done. And there's a reason for it, and we're seeing it. And so I guarantee you they would have wanted to see this trial for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I have to say that, like, over the the time that I've covered this case, I've disagreed with the Gonzalez family quite often, and it's taken time, but I mean, I have new respect for them in recent days. I mean, that was very brave. It really was.
Yeah, well, the reason I say it was respectful, because if you're going in there for a victim impact statement and you're trashing the prosecutor,
yeah,
that's very disrespectful to the court in a way, because you're there to make a victim impact statement, you end up trashing the prosecutor. That's more of a personal thing than an impact statement, and so that's why I said it was respectful, because he waited until he was outside in the public, which is to me, that's the proper forum to I don't, which I like what he said, totally on board, totally agree, and I also agree with how he did it, because I thought that was it's more of an impact the way that he did it, than because it would have been looked at in a little different way if it was in the courtroom. Considering, it's one thing if it's the perpetrator, it's another thing if you're like directing it towards the prosecution in the courtroom. That is a sign of disrespect to the judge. And so so I'm going to go through some of these screenshots real quick, just to do a recap of some things from yesterday real quick, and then we'll get into these new documents. It's going to be probably a lengthy show, like we have been, so it'll be all right. But I need to start putting the timestamps. I'll try and do that after this show, is put some timestamps in here so you guys can know exactly where things start or whatever. But it's pretty obvious when we start going through these docs. But this is a recap from yesterday. And so this was from number 16. And it was talking about Cole, the guy that was at the corner club that was acting weird. Maddie knew him from class and a project. He was walking around touching girls' butts, ended up getting kicked out of the bar. If you want to say that Maddie was a target, I mean, you can say that could be an alternate perpetrator right there. And when it came to one of the alternate perpetrators that Ann Taylor had said that didn't have any connection other than outside of the bubble, I think maybe it could have been this guy right here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're physically assaulting females, and you're focusing on one female, Maddie.
Yeah, and I mean, he was the police's first suspect as well, they say.
Right. So that was interesting there. Also, on number 16. Oh, whoops. Hold on 1 second. This thing about hold on. That must have been a double. Okay, so this one, is this no, it can't be a double. So let me see. I looked up. So this one right here, regular customer lives in the area. I don't know why. This might have been a mistake. Sorry. All right, so this one was 17. This one talks about the substance use. That was a little shocking too, especially when you saw the statement from Ethan's mom on the doc about asking her son and other son and daughter, like, before anything, let me know before is there something that's gonna, no mom. And then you hear the friends in that same doc, and they're like, we don't even do that stuff. We just drink. And all of a sudden, you're like hearing from all these different witnesses that know them very well, like, oh, yeah, Coca-Cola. It's like, what the heck, man? That was some crazy stuff that we read. Also, the creepy guy They didn't really know who he was. On 17 as well, the guy was kicked out. This one, I don't know what page this was on, so I apologize for that. Let's see. This talks about the black vest and how that went down. Now, this is what's crazy is that there's so much trash there. There was guys and girls' underwear in the bushes, pipes of various types. I thought that stuff was wild to be finding in the bushes next to the black jacket. Pipes of various types, guys and girls' underwear.
Yeah, that is pretty bad. I guess it's a dump site as well.
I don't. When I was there, it wasn't that trashy, so I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, so this is the talking about the. I must have just took another picture of it. It's the same thing. The pipes of various types. That's the thing that stuck out to me a lot was the pipes of various types. Like, that's some wild shit, man. All I can what else besides substance use can you think of pipes of various types? You think there's like some kind of the pipe work that was going on at the apartment complex, and there's a couple chunks of it that were just laying under the bushes. I mean, I don't like what other than substance uses, what other pipes of different types could there be? And the only thing that would make sense to me is you see how much foot traffic takes place between that area in Sigma Chi, and maybe people that are using it and they just toss it there as they're walking to Sigma Chi or back and forth. And maybe that's a spot where, I'm sure the undercover alcohol busters patrol that road very often, walking from houses to the Sigma Chi. So maybe that was a popular spot to ditch your shit that the cops didn't notice as you're walking by. I don't know. It just sounds weird that it's really weird. And when you're thinking about the Coca-Cola, to me, it makes me think that there was pipes of various types that had residue of Coca-Cola in it.
Well, what date was that when he found those things?
This was on 19, so let me go to page 19. I believe it was that same day. Let me find out for sure.
It might have been that a lot of people knew that there was going to be some kind of an investigation, and they were panicking that their homes would be looked at, and they just started throwing stuff out because of the crime, right?
In the bushes where they found the jacket, you think a bunch of people just went and dumped their pipes in the bushes?
Get it out of their house, maybe.
Throw it in the garbage in the dumpster. I don't know if I'd go dump them in the bushes. Hold on, let me see. 19. So 19. I don't know. Why do you guys think the pipes of various types would be there? Let me see. That was. Let me see here. 19, 11, and 16. So that was. It wasn't 3 days. When was that? It was the same day, I believe. Trying to find it. Let me see. Roommates. Let me see what it looks like. And I said no. So the bottom paragraph says, and I said no. Yes. Okay, here it is. This page. On 11/16. Let me see here. Oh wait, whoops! I'm on the wrong one.
It's okay.
It's not uploaded. It was the one before that. My bad. It was 18. Because I was going on to the next one. Hold on. 18 on November 14th. So it was the next day, November 14th. All right. Let me see. The next one I wanted to go through real quick was the King girls. about the King girls, right? I thought that was kind of interesting. Kaylee and Xana were left because they didn't like how the hierarchy bossed them around and told them what to do, but everybody else stayed in it. So I thought that was interesting. Also, somebody else talking about Xana and Ethan being enjoying Coca-Cola. Let me see here. This was on page or doc 19 also. And then the male that got kicked out. Then right here, who was a member? Kaylee had a hookup here and there. He was serving as vice president to Kai. Now, that's why I said after the show, I just for like a half an hour I started digging. I actually got lost in finding some cool pictures of Ethan with Sigma Chi stuff, doing volunteer projects and stuff like that. But I looked it up, and it doesn't. Isn't this crazy, Rosie? AI is asking me if somebody else, because it said right here, Sigma Chi's chapter at the University of Idaho in Moscow is the Gamma at a chapter. Information regarding the specific vice president in 2022 is not available in the search results. But there's this guy. He served the year before. There's this guy. He serves this as vice president. Maybe it's this guy, and it's obviously not the president. So isn't it kind of weird how you ask AI a question and AI asks you a question back at the end? I don't know, CJ. I don't know, CJ. Is it possible that the role was held by one of these guys? You tell me.
Help us.
So when it comes to that, let me flip back to this. So when it comes to this part of this document, again, this was on number 19, Doc 19, and it said Kaylee was talking to a guy who was a member, MB, initials MB, who was a member of what I'm assuming is Chi, CHI, shortcut for Sigma Chi. The person being interviewed said they had a sexual relationship and would hook up here and there. The witness described the M person, MB, to be over 6 feet, brunette, medium build, and the person interviewed said he was serving as vice president to what I'm assuming is Chi. And isn't it kind of interesting that when you try and look up the vice president of Sigma Chi in 2022, AI is asking me a fucking question.
That is really weird.
It is really weird, is it not? So that's what stuck out to me on 19. I think I don't know. I must have been taking better pictures or something. I don't know. All right. So this is on 20. Let me see. What did we notice on this one? Facing campus. Oh, this is when we found out that both doors were left wide open instead of just one of them. As you said, you thought you heard front door this whole time. I had thought that I had heard the sliding glass door the whole time, which I know that's what I heard. So it was kind of interesting how it was kind of reversed in both ways. Now we found out that both doors were wide open. Oh, thank you, Mama J.
I just started that video.
Yeah. So that was interesting finding out. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it's not for sure. Lucy, I never said it was for sure. I said what I'm assuming, because when I'm looking at it, that's what makes sense to me, to me. It could be something else, and I don't know. I don't know what's under that redaction. Don't know. But yes, it was crazy. Both doors were left wide open. We found that out on 20. I'm going to go to document 25. This guy that was this was interesting too, right? This person left the dorm room. So they were told they were contacted to look between specific hours, right, to see this guy's movements during the homicide, right? So this guy on 11/12 left his dorm room at 12:05 in the afternoon wearing black long sleeve shirt, black sweats, returned about 50 minutes later, and then a few minutes later after that left again wearing a black beanie, black gloves, and a white jacket, returned later that evening at around 7 o'clock without the beanie, gloves, and jacket, and then left again a few minutes after that with a backpack, and he was gone until 11:13 at 12:30 in the afternoon. So I thought that was pretty interesting. Again, there could be another suspect. This was another thing we found out on page 32. The foot bag, one left foot, was taken from Xana and nobody else. And I've never really heard of a foot bag. I know they exist. I never really see them on there that much. I see handbags. That's pretty common and typical in these kind of crimes. But foot bags is a dime a dozen, or I'm sorry, it's the dime a dozen is the handbags. The foot bag is a dime, and once in a while, I don't even remember. As I'm trying to reflect in my mind, I don't even remember seeing a foot bag. I'm not saying they don't exist, and this obviously is not going to be the first one, but I myself don't remember seeing foot bag on any of the documents of any other cases of other victims. I handbags, yes, foot bags, and then not both of the feet, just the left foot. So that's one thing that stuck out to me, and that was on 32. Document 32. This is just a recap from yesterday real quick, and then we're going to get to the other ones. This is the next one. This was on 42. Let me see here. Let me see. Let's see. Hold on one second. Resident at the house. Nothing weird happened. Room was. So let me see here. I don't know why I saved this. Let me see in my notes. Because my notes are so. I was reading and trying to jot it down quick, and my notes were shitty. So I was just trying to go off my screenshots.
I hate it when that happens to me as well.
Yeah, my handwriting from yesterday was horrible. I have it all by timestamp. I don't. I'm not sure. I'm sure it'll come up in the future, but okay, yeah. This talks about let's see, said lived at the house. I don't know. I'm going to skip that one. I don't remember for sure. That's the last one that I had saved out of all of them, that the huge things that stuck out. What is it about this one? We asked layout of her house. It's the layout. Maybe that's why I took it. I don't know.
Or maybe it's Al.
I don't know why.
Maddie. We did talk about Al.
Maybe it was this. Oh, yeah. Because I got my damn cursor pointing at it. Hello. Hello. I need some coffee. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was. My God. Yeah, it was this right here. It was the question mark next to L. Like, what the hell is that? All right. So that's the quick recap of yesterday's docs. And also, well, I need to ask you this, Blackhawk, because this, let me see if I can find it. somebody claimed that they did homework on Papa Roger's account, and it's actually an account that is a female from Indiana.
Really?
Yeah. Where's that? Let me see. Here it is, right here, I think. Wait. There's one of them. Where's the other one? Hold on. Because they came in two different... they're named different, so I gotta like find the two photos and then screen and pull them both up. Let me see here. That's a photo I want to highlight. Let me see here. Where did I save it? See, I got one of them. Ah, here we go. Okay. So these are a couple pictures I wanted to share here real quick. Okay, so you have so let me see here. Yeah, they were commenting on some Indiana schools or something. Yeah, Sarah. Yeah, hey Mama J, did you see JLR on the Prime Idaho doc? The disgusting shit about trying to see if you could find Hunter's semen and Xana. That's pretty disgusting. I watched that video about him. Anyway, right here, yeah, Papa Roger, when are you going to let the community know about the impeding operation budget shortfall? The operating referendum will need to be increased pretty significantly. And this was on a comment for Carmel Clay Schools when it comes to their Hamilton County school tax rate budget, right? So somebody looked that up, and it was in Hamilton County in Carmel, Indiana.
That is interesting.
Yeah, so which, I mean, you can change your name to whatever. You could change it to whatever you want and change the photo, and it could look like somebody else, whatever. But, yeah, if nobody's seen that One Night in Idaho doc, let me drop that link for you, because you'll see it. I never saw it before until that Idaho 4 doc, and I was like, he actually said that shit and posted it. And then the victims... the victims were talking about it. Here's the link. It's on Twitch. You can't have it on YouTube. You'll get in trouble, but it is over there on link. Yeah, it was pretty disgusting about needing to in the autopsy doing a DNA test to see if Hunter's, was inside Xana. I'm like, damn, I didn't know that. That's pretty gross. But anyway, yeah. So that was from, this was like, I don't know, a week, 2 weeks ago, maybe, when I got these photos. So I thought that was kind of interesting so it makes me wonder, like, with the whole Papa Roger stuff. All right. We'll get into all that stuff in another show if we ever discuss this anymore after these court documents, because honestly, it's just going to be all speculation anyway. All right, let me pull this up here. We'll get into the first one. This is going to be number 51. Is there anything that you wanted to cover before we get into any of the stuff from yesterday?
No. I think you probably covered it in the beginning, and I did say everything already. So.
Okay. Let me see here. We'll pull this up. This is number 51. All right. And so let me see here. So it's basically got the items, foot cast. That's from the footprints outside. Okay. I'm just going to kind of scroll through it. Let me see. Steak knife was from Hunter. What? Game bags.
What is that?
Well, game bags, as soon as I seen it, you know when you get a kill kit, kill kits have game bags in them. So a kill kit is used for hunting. Okay, I don't know if you've seen that. We showed the kill kit before. Everything that everything that gets included. What are the game bags in? Because when I first read it, I was like, damn, is it the bag that you put the shit in so you don't spread blood anymore when you're out hunting? All right, forensic team. This is from Sergeant Blaker. Or no, that's responding. Yeah, Brett Payne. Brett Payne is typing this at approximately 1600 hours on 11/13/22. Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 11/22 King Road to assist with scene security processing. Upon our arrival, the ISP forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. OFC Smith and I entered 11/22 King Road through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building, which is the front door. Upon entering, I observed a small bedroom on the west side of the bottom floor. The door was ajar, and I could see a bed with covers and several other miscellaneous personnel items strewn about. The room did not appear to have been occupied by anyone, as I did not see any clothes inside. So the bedroom he's talking about is when he's walking in the front door, he's looking to the right, which would be the empty bedroom. Bethany's was to the left. Oh, okay. Game cigars. Let me see here. I followed OFC Smith, Officer Smith, down the hall where there was a small bathroom. Next to the closet had a pin code style lock and was secured. I looked into the bedroom on the east end of the bottom floor, which I later learned belonged to Bethany. The room had normal clothes and personal items about, but otherwise did not seem out of the ordinary. Officer Smith and I... Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, at this point where he is walking in, had there been something like a firework? This, as per Bethany's memory, this is where he would see something like something would be burnt or there would be some damage, right?
Yeah, if they were
outside her room.
Yeah. Yeah, it either came through that little hallway that's inside, or it came from the flash came through the window, and I doubt it was on the inside. Because you could see there's photos of the officers walking in and out of the doorway that morning, and there's no kind of discoloration on the floor or on the wall in the background or anything. So yeah, she would have had to have seen the flash and heard the firecracker thing outside. Because then I think Dylan would have heard it, and she would have also mentioned that in her witness statement as well. It says, let me see. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. The stairs ended in a small living room. There was a sectional style couch along the east and south wall of the room. There was also a small TV in a void on the northeast corner. So we all know they got that little corner section where the TV sits, like indented into the wall there. Sorry, I'm losing my spot here. I need to use my cursor. TV in a void on the northeast corner of the room. I also saw a black backpack on the floor just east of the top of the stairs. OFC Smith then directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor. which I later learned was Xana Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body. Later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was laying on her back with her feet facing the east and her head was facing the west. So when he's walking in there, he's walking up the stairs, he's turning the corner. You can see the doorway, you can see the good vibe light sign. You look to your right, that's Xana's room. You're heading that way. Her head is faced away from you and her feet are facing towards you, if that's where you're walking up through. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was laying on her back with her feet facing the east and her head facing west. Kernodle had thong-type underwear on and a gray sweatshirt. There was a large amount of blood on the floor around Kernodle as well. I could see numerous wounds on Kernodle's arms, hands, and face, which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Just next to Kernodle, on the west wall, was a small white nightstand which appeared to have been moved as it was pushed against the wall at an odd angle. There was blood on this nightstand in various locations. So it makes you wonder. They sat down after they committed the crime. They sat down, took a little break. Was there something they were looking for in this nightstand? Now, when it comes to this nightstand, isn't it kind of interesting that what was left on that nightstand and inside that nightstand was substances?
Yes, that is interesting. Now that you mention it, it is.
Why would you need to move the nightstand if you're just going to sit down and take a break?
Mm-hmm.
The nightstand is probably not in a spot where it is in your way either. So why would you move the nightstand? You would move the nightstand if you're looking for something in a hurry, in a rush. It'll move around and it'll look like it's in a spot that normally wouldn't be there, just like Brett Payne said. It was pushed against the wall at an odd angle. So that is interesting. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Hold on. Because that is, we'll recap that. Let me see here. And I'll use my cursor. Oh, my cursor went away. How did I get the cursor in that other screenshot before? All right.
No
it's not doing it. All right. We'll just do small little screenshots of it. All right, there. So there's that. Let's see. The bed in Kernodle's room was situated on the south wall of the bedroom, with the head of the bed appearing to be towards the west wall. I could see a male later identified as Ethan Chapin laying on his back in the bed with some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. Chapin's body was at an angle on the bed so that his head was up against the south wall and his feet were hanging off the bed on the north side. The north side would be, if you're walking in Xana's room, you look to the right, that's the north. Okay? I could not clearly see the wounds to Chapin's head and neck area, but could see a very large amount of blood on the bed, as well as what appeared to be blood spatter on the wall next to Chapin's head and neck, of course, because of the jugular. I also noticed 2 large cuts to the back of Chapin's legs. The wounds appeared to be deep into the tissue, but were difficult to see due to Ethan's body position. OFC Smith then took me through the house and pointed out DM bedroom, which was situated on the southeast side of the second floor of the house. M bedroom door opened to the kitchen area, as well as a staircase which led to the third floor of the house. Upon my visual inspection, M Maddie room was disheveled, but did not appear to have any blood or evidence of a struggle within. I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of the 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves' room. This room appeared to be neat and picked up. The only thing of note was the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a manner which suggested someone had been laying in the bed. And so that's what you and Caddy were kind of talking about this morning.
Yeah.
When it came to this.
Yeah, and I think I can't remember if we've read it yet or if I've read ahead, but I think somebody said when they went through the schedule of the day that everybody took a nap before they went to all of the different parties later in the evening. So, I mean, it's not necessary to get up and make your bed, right? So I think it's probably that.
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. I'm gonna try. It's hard for me to read the comments, so I'm gonna try and go through them as I do little breaks here.
I'm also struggling to like lean forward and see them.
Huh?
I'm also struggling to see them because the computer's a bit far away. So.
Oh, well, you're fine. I'm gonna try and like I can, because when I'm reading this, I zoom up StreamYard's screen, so I can only see a couple comments at a time, and then when I'm reading, I obviously can't read the comments. So could he been taking? Well, I mean, you could be taking photos, but what sounds like a firecracker that has a flash? The only thing I can think of is a gun, unless somebody has like the sound on their device that makes it sound like a firecracker when they take a photo or something. But I don't know. The sound of the firecracker that comes along with the flash, that's what I'm curious about, you know. Yeah. And to know that Dylan didn't make the statement of hearing it as well. If it was inside of the house, I know she would have heard it, but the reason she didn't mention anything, Bethany did, it makes me think that it was something right outside her window. You know, whether it was in the street right outside, but if it was that loud, I feel Dylan would have been able to hear it too. But with Bethany being able to hear it, you got to think Bethany only has a window. Between her and the outside. Dylan has a wall and another wall and then her bedroom. Now the taser, that could be. That could be. So that could sound like a, I don't firecracker, I don't know. Firecracker to me is like a bang or a pop. So, but it could be a taser. It could be. Let me see. But it says right here, it says the room appeared neat and picked up. So it wasn't ran through, rummaged through, or anything like that. It was neat. It was picked up. The only thing of note was that the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a way that suggests somebody had been laying in the bed. So like somebody threw the covers open after they got up and didn't make the bed. And then got out of it. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's bedroom. Hold on. I lost my spot again. I got to zoom this up. Okay, OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's bedroom, which is situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. The bed was situated along the north wall of the bedroom, and both females later identified as Mogan and Gonzalez. So when you walk into Maddie's room, the pictures that we all know, it is true. The bed was, as you're walking into Maddie's room, it is on the left side of the wall up against the corner. They were laying on their backs with their heads towards the east and their feet towards the west, which means if you're walking in the room and you turn to the left, their feet are towards you and their head is facing away from you. Both Gonzalez and Mogan had numerous visual stab wounds and were covered in a significant amount of blood. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. When viewed from the door, this is obviously in Brett Payne's Exhibit A PCA. I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded back outside. I remained on the scene and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs of the scene with the ISP forensic team, the Latah County coroner, and the Latah County prosecutor. Upon receipt of the search warrant prepared by Officer Nunez, the ISP forensic team, led by Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson, processed the scene and collected an initial 56 pieces of evidence. The ISP team turned these items over to me that evening, and I transported them to the MPD temporary evidence storage on the morning of 11/14/22. I booked the items into MPD evidence with the help of evidence custodian TS. All right, so that was number 51. Get rid of that. And let me pull these back up. So now I got to go back to... Give me 1 second. All right, so this will be 52. Yeah, I'm not going to keep notes. I'm actually just going to take screenshots because that'll...
It's easier.
Then I got the what exactly what it says. I got the doc number in it, and I figured out how to make sure my cursor shows up when I take the screenshots. So we're good. All right, so let me switch it. We're going to be on number 52 now, so let me open that up. I wish it was easier to navigate all this. All right. So this is, again, Brett Payne. Let's see. And it's like a hallway, Karen. Pop rock firecrackers. Yeah, but I mean, it could be a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? It could be a lot of things, but who knows? It could be a lot of things. We'll never know. That's the unfortunate part about it. All right, number 52 at approximately, this is Brett Payne, and it's item 266 glove. At approximately 1700 hours on 11/24/22, I took the MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove two separate routes in front of the camera, located at Blank Ridge Road, once westbound on Lauder Avenue, and then twice on Ridge Road, southbound and northbound. I advised the command post of the times of these runs and requested the video from the point of contact at Blank Ridge Road in order to compare the color of the test vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 King Road and walked the route blank stated she took while on foot near the house on 11/13/22. I also parked the MPD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange-tinted street lights located in the area, and they are orange tinted. It's really shocking. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under white streetlights. I also walked down and spoke to Officer Tesdall, who was providing scene security at this time. I spoke to Officer Tesdall for a moment and then began to walk back to my patrol vehicle. As I did so, I noticed a black glove laying in the parking lot at approximately 25 feet from the front door. The glove was laying palm up and appeared to have been laying in the spot for a couple of days, as it did not have any snow on it. So for people to be like, oh gosh, the glove was bullshit. It wasn't weathered from the snow. It didn't have snow on top of it. It was obviously placed there afterwards, probably as some kind of sick, twisted joke from some individual up there that was like, I bet this would be funny if they found a glove.
Yeah.
Then you got, hey guys, found a glove. Give me a break. All right. As I did so, let me see here. It did have not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with the toe of my boot and found it was frozen to the ground. I asked OFC Tesdale for rubber gloves and his flashlight. Upon further examination, there appeared to be a dark fluid-like substance on the glove. This substance's color and consistency was consistent with dried blood. See how much of a sick, twisted joke that is? Officer Tesdale provided me with an evidence bag and I collected the glove. As evidence, the glove is a Polar Penguin brand glove with rubberized palm and fingers. This type of glove is often used for concrete work. I brought the glove back to MPD and booked it into MPD evidence for submission to the state. I'm going to tell you right now, if I went in there to commit this crime, I would have used those gloves. So if anybody knows what, not necessarily Polar Penguin brand, because I usually would use like mechanics brand gloves, because a long time ago I worked at this factory and I ran this department that did a lot of work for the government, making like items out of rubber material, okay? And there was like a bunch of ovens. It was like 4 ovens in this department, and these ovens would be cooking rubber in these molds for like in like 400 or 500 degree ovens. And while you're working with a lot of aluminum and steel and stuff, and so you're having to move a lot of this, the molds are made out of aluminum and steel and all these different things, and so you're moving all this stuff, and those gloves like protected your hands, and you wanted to wear them all the time because otherwise your hands would just get tore the hell up. And those gloves, they actually offer a lot of protection, and they would offer a lot of obviously it was protection for another reason, but those gloves would actually offer quite a bit of protection when you're committing a crime like that, especially if you're going in there to assault people like that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they're basically like armorized gloves in a way, and they have really hard shells on them too. So, if you wanna do some of this, it probably would do some damage as well, depending on the exact model. I could see. So yeah, it was a sick joke, and it was twisted there. So let me go to 52. Or we were on 52. I apologize. Let me go to 53. All right, we'll switch to that. We'll get 53 opened up. And open that window. There we go. Okay, this is a short one. It says, Captain Barrett, this is from Tyson Barrett. On 12/5/2022, at about 1,000 hours, I met with L.E. at the U of I Office of Civil Rights. An investigation. I provided E with a USB flash memory drive, and she downloaded the information that was requested by the investigative team. I returned to the police department and gave the USB to M.T. with the FBI. All right, let me see here. All right, let me switch. Sorry, it takes a minute to kind of change everything.
No problem.
So when these little short documents pop up, it's like, damn. All right. So there's that. We got that switched to 54. Let me pull up 54. All right. So this is from Detective Mowry. November 29th, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with Kaylee Gonsalves' Tinder accounts using the following identifiers. Let me see. 29th, warrant was served via Match.com. Match.com? December 2nd. Well, the thing is this is how we know it wasn't any of those people that you're talking about that were wearing the glove. Because if it was an investigator and it had stuff on it, it would have came back with DNA on it. It didn't. I mean, it had unknown DNA. Unknown DNA means that DNA that didn't belong to any of the investigators, because when you are going on a crime scene, you're gonna leave DNA as an investigator, so they automatically take your DNA to exclude you from the DNA that they're going to discover at the crime scene. That's why I said one of the best reasons to make sure that your DNA gets excluded from a crime scene is to show up as a first responder. If you're a first responder and you commit the crime and you come back as a first responder, your DNA is excluded. So it couldn't be. It's somebody that wanted to play a sick joke. It wasn't anybody. It wasn't anybody in the investigation. December 2nd. Let me see. This is referring to Match Group. December 4th. Let me see here. Alert Portal. December 5th. I got an email from Tinder. I don't know why people use that stuff. That shit is so creepy and gross. Match.com, Tinder. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said it's dangerous. It really is.
It's gross. Well, yeah, it is dangerous too. Excuse me. There's yeah, I mean, gosh, a lot of this stuff. There was something that came out, I think 60 Minutes Australia, which I love their docs that they do. They do doc shows on there, and 60 Minutes Australia actually just put out an episode a few weeks ago about the dating apps and these assaults that are taking place, like at an alarming rate now.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
All right. This is Lawrence Mowry. December 4th, 2022. I had received an email forwarded to me from K blank W blank at the Idaho Department of Labor. The email was from Michael Douglas of the February. Wow, I'm surprised they didn't redact that. S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to the Department of Labor. The email contained a Siegel file with the data requested pursuant to the warrant served on the IDOL. The file was downloaded and saved on a computer, obviously to the forensic lab, and then the receipt was also turned in. So there's 55. We're going to switch to 56 now. Okay, this is a few page one. Okay, 56. Lawrence Mowry again. Let me see here. December 4th. I found I had received an email forwarded to me from P-M of Cutco Corporation, the parent company at K-Bar Knives. The email was from Michael Douglas of the FBI. S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to K-Bar. Okay, all the stuff was downloaded to their forensic lab. Located numerous individuals and companies who had purchased products matching the description in the warrant in the state of Idaho. Now, look at all that. Now, this is one thing. It's just in the state of well, they obviously have Washington too. But this is the only people that bought a K-bar knife in that time period in Idaho. This section right here, that's it. I'm surprised at that. With how much hunting goes on up there, how much they like using K-bar knives when they go hunting, I was a little shocked to see that there's just a little bit and then mostly Washington. But it says 1,217 knives were located. But then here's the list. I'm just going to scroll through it. You can see that. We'll scroll through these. You got Pullman right there. So who in Pullman bought the K-bar knife on 7/11/2022?
MM.
MM.
That's a common one, MM. There's a lot of MMs.
There's a lot of MM in these documents, but it could. I mean, yeah, it could be anybody. But it's just kind of. All right, Idaho, Washington. Other models were also listed on the return data and completed the warrant receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. Yada 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 yada. All right, let me get to 57. Wish I could just go from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. All right. Here's this one. Lawrence Mowry. Okay. Lawrence Mowry geofence warrant on November 18th, 2022. I applied and was granted geofence warrant for any data associated with anonymized information located within the following latitude, longitude points. And then there's the points. SA Nick Balance with the FBI assisted in the production and service of the warrant on November 18th, 2022 at approximately 23:30. The warrant was served email at blank Google on November 20th, 2022. SA Balance received notice that data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer at the Moscow Police Department. Based on the information received and in correlation with the cell tower records previously reviewed, 2 of the anonymous identifiers were found to be of interest. Those identifiers were 1 blank, 2 blank. On November 20th, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with the previous identifiers, including subscriber information. SA Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production and service of the warrants. So then there's the warrant that was served on Google. November 20th, 2022, SA Balance received notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. As always, the files were downloaded to the forensic computers and the lab at Moscow PD. So there's that one. I don't know. It could be a whole bunch of MMs. You know what I'm saying? We just don't know. And that's the crappy part about no trial. Because we'll never know. And that's the shitty part about it. All right, 58. All right, let me share that real quick. Lawrence Mowry again. This is November 30th, 2022. On November 21st, 2022. I requested and was granted a warrant for Meta, the parent company for Facebook and Instagram, for the accounts associated with the following identifiers, and then Instagram and Facebook are all redacted. On November 21st, I logged into the Meta law enforcement. Different hours, different. Well, Instagram's not redacted, but I wonder why the other ones are. Okay, that's weird. During the service of the warrant, why would that be?
And one of them's a really long name.
Yeah. What is that about? During the service of this warrant, I found I was not able to add the phone number of blank as an identifier for J blank. This information was not entered in for Jack? What? Is that for Jack?
Like, yeah.
Huh. Maybe he didn't. Oh. Maybe he didn't use his phone number to. With your Facebook, you can associate a phone number with your Facebook. Maybe he didn't associate his Facebook with a phone number, or register it with a phone number or something. So there's that. Downloaded to a computer. Same as always, Forensic Lab. And then you can see that there. All right, we'll switch to the next one. 59. Dun, 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 dun. All right, here's 59. Okay, this is Lawrence Mowry again. Let's see. Okay, Lawrence Mowry on November 15th, 2022. I contacted Detective David Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department with a request for an emergency assist. I requested assistance unlocking the cell phones of Kaylee Katsalvis, Maddie Mogan, Xander Canoto, and Ethan Chapin. The victims in this case. I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as being searchable. On November 16th, 2022, the phones were transported to the CDA Police Department for a forensic brute force attempt to unlock them. However, Detective Taylor stated he was not able to extract any information from the locked phones, and the phones were not supported for the brute force PIN code extraction. The phones were then returned to the Moscow Police Department on November 17th, 2022. As much as I love the security of like the iPhones and stuff like that, it really sucks. It really, like, when they're trying to find information to help a crime, the loopholes that they have to go. I mean, I understand the security, but at the same time, when they're trying to find, like a killer.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
They should have a device that can do that. But on the 3 devices I was able to unlock, I performed advanced logical extractions on the devices at MPD. A report for each device will be completed separately. On November 20th, 2022, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction on the 3 unlocked devices. The phones were delivered to the CDA Police Department on November 21st, 2022. On the 22nd, 2022, Detective Taylor stated he would not be able to complete the extractions. On November 23rd, 2022, I went to the CDA Police Department and picked up the phones. I then took them to the Post Falls Police Department. I spoke with Neil Urig. Detective Urig informed me his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. On November 25th, 22, I went to the Walla Walla Police Department and spoke with Detective Chris Ruchert. Detective Ruchert stated her forensic tools would be able to support full file system extractions on the unlocked devices and would be able to complete limited extraction on Consalvus's locked phone. I left the phones with Detective Ruchert to be extracted. On November 18th, 2022, Detective Ruchert informed that the phones extractions were complete and ready to be picked up. And then on November 29th, 22, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. I received the 4 devices and placed them in secure computer forensic lab. The extracted data was copied to the forensic computers and verified by hash values. So we'll go to, let's see, 60. Give me 1 second. All right, we got that layover switch. Now let me pull this window up. All right, so this is Maori again. Yahoo warrant for Consalvus. Applied for the warrant. The warrant was served. Let me see here. They downloaded the files, completed the return receipt affidavit, and returned everything to the court. All right, so there's that. Go to 61. Pull this up. And I numbered them all the way up to 100 too, so that way, if I do make it that far, I have them all numbered. That shit, it takes a while. It took me like 45 minutes to number, just to number each layover to show on the screen. It took me 45 minutes this morning. I was like,
because you have to save them and rename them and then like get them all together. So I can imagine it takes time.
Well, I had gotten like to 78, and then I realized that I forgot to change the supplement numbers on the bottom.
Oh.
So I got all the way through 78, and then I was like, oh gosh, it still says 0 to 50 or 15 to 50. I was like, dang it. Restarted all over again. Yeah. All right. This is but it's important because I want to make sure like we can, a specific document, we can see everything that's typed. There's different things that stuck out, and so it's a good way to kind of reference it for the rest of however long. It's a good way to reference it, and anybody can use it to reference. I think it's cool. You can just go back to that and then, oh wow, this stuck out. And plus, there's going to be like, I'm sure there's going to be some docs we're going to come across where they're little and tiny, and it may not look like something. And then because we're reading through every single one of them, all of a sudden we notice something that maybe might have got overlooked from everybody else. So that's why it's just important to me to go through everyone, make sure all the numbers are on the screen, and just kind of have it all available there. All right. So on November 22nd, I applied for and was granted a pen warrant for any data associated with the phone number blank, which was linked to a possible witness, MM. We know who that is. Molly. S.A. Nick Balance with the Federal Bureau of Investigators assisted in the production and service of the warrant. On November 22 at approximately 12:26 p.m., the warrant was served. November 22nd, S.A. Balance received notice that the data requested to the pursuant to the warrant was available. They downloaded the files and turned everything in. All right, and give me 1 second. I have to load up the next batch.
No problem.
So give me 1 second. Right, we're on 61, so 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. Can only do like 10 or 11 at a time. 70, and I should be able to sneak another one. 71. Yep. All right. 60. We're on 62, right? We just did 61?
Yeah.
I think so. All right. Let me add 72 because I can probably add that one too. Yeah. All right. 62. Okay. Let me open up that window. Okay. All right. Anthony Dollinger. Let me see here. This was disposable cameras seized and vehicle keys. Kodak Power Flash disposable camera. Okay. On December 7th, 2022, at approximately 10 in the morning, I was assisting with the packing and moving of personal belongings out of the residence of 1122 King Street, should be road. Captain Barrett and I were in the process of packing items from Kaylee Consalvis' room on the 3rd floor. Inside the closet, I was removing items from a black plastic 3-drawer organizer. In the bottom drawer, I located a Kodak. So she still had stuff there. Inside the closet in her room.
Yeah.
The bottom drawer, I located a Kodak Power Flash disposable camera and a GoPro camera in a small black zippered pouch. I was unaware if these items had been located during any of the previous searches of the residence, so I took custody of them until I could learn that information. I advised Captain Barrett of the items and showed them to him after completing the packing and moving of personal belongings. I brought the GoPro and Kodak camera back to the police station prior to leaving the residence. I also took possession of the keys to all the vehicles belonging to the deceased one back at the police station or police department. I locked the items into a temporary storage locker in the evidence processing room. I later contacted the investigative team and learned the memory card from the GoPro was seized during a previous search of the residence, so the camera itself was. You can save photos to the GoPro without the SD card. So why
Is
would
that extra storage, the SD card?
Yeah, why wouldn't it be of value? Okay, that's weird.
And also, I mean, a disposable camera doesn't have an SD card.
No, they took the SD card from the
Yeah,
GoPro.
no, I mean, why did they not take the camera? Because they were together. So.
Well, they're claiming they didn't take the camera because it didn't hold any evidentiary value, but it does, because you can save photos. It's not very much space, but you can save a few pictures. So that is evidentiary value. I'm surprised. On December 8th, I met with property coordinator T blank S blank S blank assisted me in booking the Kodak camera into evidence. I took the vehicle keys and the GoPro camera to the city shop where the rest of the personal belongings from 1122 King Street residents were being stored. I placed the GoPro camera into one of the boxes containing Kaylee Gonsalves's belongings. That's what's weird is like 3 weeks later, you're finally taking. What if that GoPro had the photo of the person, or who knows? Like, what if? Man, that'd be crazy. 3 weeks later, what if you came across something and you were like, "Oh crap, this had something to do with it." I left the vehicle keys contained in a Ziploc bag, also in the storage with the other belongings, and then there is the certification for that one. So let me switch to 63. Let's see, 63. All right, and this is Tyson Barrett. On 12/7, this is removing items, personal items from 1122 King Road. On 12/7 at about 9:45 in the morning, I met with MPD command staff members at 1122 King Road to package and remove personal items of the victims. Captain Dollinger and I packed the belongings in Kaylee Gonsalves's room. I worked along the north and west sides of the room. Captain Dollinger worked along the south and east sides. While I was packing items, I noticed $125 in cash on the dresser, $100 bill, one $10 bill, two $5 bills, and five $1 bills. That sounds like it just came from a bank ATM. Captain Dollinger and I both counted the money, and I put it in a small clutch. I placed the clutch in one of the boxes and marked the box that it had cash in it. Captain Dollinger and I both initialed the box. After all the personal items that were recoverable were packaged, we moved them to a U-Haul van and transported them to Moscow City Shop. At the shop, we unloaded the packages in a secure building. So there is 63. Switch to 64. All right, Lawrence Mowry. On December 6, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for the user subscriber information associated with the accounts that communicated with Kaylee Gonsalves's Tinder accounts using the following identifiers. So you got your Snapchat, match group, began downloading the files, completed the affidavit, turned it in. All right, so let me switch to the next one. 65. Let's see, I'll open that up. Okay, go over here. Lawrence Mowry again. Okay, this is Tinder warrant for Mogan. December 6, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant for the user subscriber information associated with the Tinder account of Madison under the following with the following identifiers. Why would she even have one if she had a boyfriend? On December 6, 2000. What?
I think it was inactive. I remember reading this one.
Okay. On December 6, 2022, at approximately 15:19, the warrant was served. December 7th, 2022, I received an email from Tinder stating that the data requested pursuant to the warrant were available to download. I logged into the law enforcement portal and began downloading the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab. In reviewing the contents, I found no recent communications with other accounts. The newest communication appears to have happened in 2021. I completed the warrant, return receipt, yada, 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 and there's that. Let's see here, 66. Open that window. Okay, there's that. All right, this is Tyson Barrett on 12/12/2022 at around 8:30 in the morning. I met with the Consalvis Steve at Consalvis blank, comma S blank G blank at the city shop. I had previously arranged to release Kaylee Consalvis's personal property to the obviously it's Consalvis, but that's
it's a family lawyer, and then I guess Shannon.
Oh yeah. Shannon Gray. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I unlocked the secure evidence building and we moved 22 boxes containing Kaylee's personal items that had been removed from 1122 King Road into G's vehicle. There wasn't enough room in the vehicle for all the items, so G made a return trip. At that point, we loaded the remaining items, 2 purple totes, a clear plastic tote, and a yellow suitcase. Gray signed for the items, and Officer Rosinski took a photo of his ID to attach the form to the form at a later date. I secured the evidence, and then there's the records of turning it in. Right, we're going to go to 67. Okay, and then we'll open up window. All right, this is Maury again. And on December 6, 2022, I applied and was granted a warrant. This is for DoorDash in possession related to sales, deliveries, purchases, transactions, everything included. December 6th, that's when approximately 15:35, so let me see here. 3 in the afternoon, 3:30, the warrant was served to DoorDash. December 7th, the next day, they downloaded the files from DoorDash and put them in the system. All right, so we're going to go to 68.
And I'm just going to be listening while I read Harry.
Okay. Let me see. 68. Open up that window. Okay. Lawrence Maury again. Just November 18th, 2022. This is Uber. Uber location request. Submitted it to Uber. Eric, Uber driver Eric. We all know Eric. I think he had relations with Kaylee as well, as we're discovering some things. But in a screenshot received from AG, Olivia, it showed messages which appear to be from Eric between Kaylee and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee Uber. It is unknown if G was on duty with Uber at the time. They later found out he was not on duty. He was off duty shortly after 1 o'clock in one of the previous documents that we already read already. Let me see here. Uber would not have the data if they were not on duty. At 2:34 in the afternoon, I received an email from Uber stating they received my request. And then they show his location up until approximately 1:15 in the morning. And so he, quote, logged off duty from 1:15 on. And you all know it's just a way to cut out the middleman when you're doing that kind of work. So obviously, hello. Because that would be a perfect, you got all the rides coming around about 1:30 till 2:30, all the people that are done drinking. Oh yeah. That's money. You don't want Uber to have any part of that. But you got to do Uber to make it legit, right? You got to do Uber to make it legit. All right, 16. Oh shoot, I deleted. Hold on 1 second. We're on 69. Went too far. There we go. 69. Open up this window. All right. Danny Vargas on December 1st, 2022. Corporal Payne asked if I would assist with interviewing members of Ethan Chapin at Latah County Annex Building. Let me see here. I arrived and spoke with MC Ethan's blank. I introduced myself to M and told her I would be recording our conversation so I would not miss anything she said. M had filled out an adult victim background questionnaire, which I reviewed before speaking with her. M listed Ethan as being an easygoing, positive, friendly, funny, and she stated he did not have any negative issues or negative feelings with anyone. M listed the following people as being the people whom Ethan spent the most time with: Xana, K blank, F blank, P blank, E blank, H blank, C blank, blank, H blank, J blank, and E blank, A blank, M blank told me the following about the people Ethan was closest to. Xana. Ethan and Xana have been dating for about 1 year and met through school. M blank has known Xana for 1 year and met her through Ethan. M blank talked with Xana once during Rush, but never hung out with her until Xana started dating Ethan. So that would be the sister. She partied with Xana, but never hung out with her outside of that. Xana was a junior, had a lot of friends, and knew most of campus. M met Xana's dad briefly during Parents' Weekend, never met Xana's sister, and never heard anything factual about Xana's mom, but knew Xana did not have contact with her. Ethan would often spend time with Xana while she was at work at Mad Greek. Ethan and Xana never mentioned having weird feelings about anyone, customers, or employees at Mad Greek. Ethan never said anything negative about his relationship with Xana to her. And it's true, like, even Jasmine, you can see on some of the posts from Kara when it comes to Xana. You go look at who liked and who loved the post and the pictures, and most of the time, if there's anything, it's sometimes just a like from Jasmine, so you can tell there's obviously friction still there, because you would think that somebody would drop a whole bunch of loves no matter what, and so it's kind of telling as to, but it says right here she did not even have contact with her mom. P blank, E blank. P blank is a blank and in the blank fraternity. M blank does not know much about P blank. M blank thought P blank was a farmer and from California, but she was not sure. Ethan would spend a lot of time with P blank, and they met through the fraternity. Ethan and P blank were very similar and would often watch football together on Sundays. P blank lives at blank. Ethan would hang out with P blank 3, 4, or 5 days out of the week. When Ethan would be with P blank, they would spend time at Xana's residence. So I thought Hunter was best friends. I thought Hunter was best friends with Ethan. It looks like Ethan was hanging out with this dude all the time. When Ethan would be with P blank, they would spend time at Xana's house, P's residence, and several apartments at the Whites. Blank, a humongous blank. E blank, A blank, and J blank, L blank, and the apartment blank on the second floor left side, the blank apartment at the Whites. C blank, A blank, T blank R blank, Ethan's blank, and H blank, unknown last name, the top floor on the right. Holy hell. K blank F blank. K blank was one of Ethan's closest friends. K, I'm just going to say K. K lives in blank at blank. M stated K and P were Ethan's closest friends. M did not see any substance use amongst any of Ethan and his friends, but said they drank a lot, which was normal for the fraternity life. HJ. HJ is dating EA and was the person who B and D called to come to their house the morning of the homicide. Ethan golfed a lot with J, and J and E came to their house over the past summer several times and hung out. Ethan never had any issues with J. M never heard of or observed Ethan getting into fights with anyone. Ethan never confided in her about having problems or frustrations with anyone. Ethan never mentioned having any issues with any of the girls who lived with Xana. M spent time at Xana's house and never observed any issues between any of the roommates. M said that she did not know Maddie or Kaylee well and said she knew B and D better. M thought if Ethan did have anything he needed to talk to somebody about, he would most likely speak with their blank, H, or Xana because he saw them daily. M blank said Ethan was an open book and was not a private person. I asked M, one second, I'm going to try and read this and fill up my coffee here. I asked M if she knew what Ethan did on Friday and Saturday, November 11th or 12th. M said she was not sure of what Ethan did on Friday. M said on Saturday, Ethan did not go to the football game or tailgate. Oh, really? Huh, that's weird. I thought they did go. She said Saturday, Ethan did not go to the football game or tailgate and thought he spent that time at the Whites, possibly at J or E's apartment. M said in the evening, Ethan went with her to her formal event, which was at Hunga Dunga from 7 to 9 p.m. M said they drove to Hunga Dunga in their vehicle with Ethan, H blank C blank with his date, R blank S blank, and then blank 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 and blank are both blank members. M blank said Hunga Dunga was rented by her sorority and that this was a private event. M told me that she knew the majority of everyone who was at Hunga Dunga and nothing out of the ordinary occurred while they were at the event. M said that they all left Hunga Dunga in the same car and drove to her sorority where the girls, including her, got out, went inside, and changed clothes. M said R blank, H blank, and R blank all got back into the car and left with Ethan, H, D, and J to go to the party at blank. M said she texted Ethan at approximately 8:14 p.m., telling him she did not want to go with them to blank and was going to stay at her sorority. M blank said Ethan texted her several times, so this is his sister, trying to convince her to come to blank, but she did not go and eventually fell asleep around 10 o'clock. M blank said the blank party was just a normal Saturday evening party. I asked M blank if she saw any weird comments on Ethan's social media. M blank said she recently logged into Ethan's Instagram account and made it private because it was public and a lot of random people were making bad comments on it. M blank said people were speculating this was substance related thing or something to do with the girls. I mean, we see what we're seeing in these documents already. There's a lot of substance talk, ladies and gentlemen. And the people that are closest to the area, if they're speculating something, like I said, the streets don't lie. And that's a little bit of the street talking right there. Told me she did not notice the names of the people, or she did not notice the names of the people who were commenting, but said they were weird accounts with just one follower. Huh. M blank said people were making bad comments on all of the other victims' accounts as well. I asked M blank if when was this? When did this take place? Did it take place like... So December 1st, a couple weeks later? I mean, I could see that because of the damn trolls. It's fucking gross. But if it was like that day, because we're talking about... The girls had any bad feelings with any of their neighbors? M said she did not think so. M told me she was at Xana's house a lot on the weekends, and they said they would often get noise complaints. M said she was present for 2 of the noise complaints. M thought the person making the noise complaint lived in a house behind 1122 King Road, but was not certain. One of those houses back up on the top hill. M told me she never witnessed any retaliation from any of the neighbors. I asked M if Xana and her roommates knew everyone who lived around them, and she said she did not know. I thanked M for speaking with me and told her if she thought of anything else to let us know. And then everything was documented right there. All right, so we're going to switch to 70. Ugh. All right, so this is for Walmart. Let me pull this window out. Okay, zoom this in. This is number 70 for Walmart. All right, number 70, Walmart. This is Maori. On November 21st, 2022, I applied for and was granted a warrant to Walmart for related sales regarding the K-bar knife. So there's that. Let's see, the warrant was served, got the documents from Walmart, and they got sent back. So I'll leave that sitting up there for a second. And we'll switch to the next one. All right, so we'll go to 71. And here in a second, I'm going to have to add some more of these layovers with the numbers. I'll do that in a second, though. All right, so we're going to go to this one. This is 71. Okay, Tyson Barrett. 12/12/22. U of I OCRI regarding AR involving a U of I student that was reported in 2021. Detective Lake asked me to request information regarding that information. Number 12/13/22 received from L blank at U of I indicating she had the information that she requested. I met with E in her office about 12:15 and provided her with the USB flash memory drive. She blanked the information to the drive and gave it to me, and then he returned it to the police. So there's that. We'll switch to document 72 and give me 1 second. And I'm going to load up. We'll open this one up, and then I'm going to load up the other layovers for the individual numbers. So let's get this loaded up. Okay. So this is an interview regarding the K-bar. So there's that. Let me load these up real quick. So 73. 74. Six. 78. Just be a moment here. 79. 80. We'll get to 82. Let's see. 79, 80, 81, and we'll get to 82 and then keep rolling. All right, there we go. All right, so this is 72. This is Brett Payne regarding the K-bar here, the interview of B blank J blank. So on 12/2/2022, the FBI tip line received a call from K-bar employee blank blank MD, reference LM. M had been contacted earlier on 12/1/2022 by ISP detectives Boone and Barrett due to his name being provided by K-bar on a list of people who had placed orders from K-bar. D blank stated a call taker BJ from K-bar received a strange phone call from M on 12/1/2022. J provided a written statement about what the conversation entailed. J stated that she answered the call with the normal greetings directed by K-bar blank. M blank interjected when she asked about his concerns about the call and stated, "We will get to that later." J went on to tell M why the order was canceled. M stated he understood and never put his phone number on orders to prevent phone solicitation. M blank then abruptly asked, "What can you tell me about the two feds that showed up at my door today questioning my recent K-bar order?" J blank stated she did not know what M blank was talking about as she had no knowledge of the investigation. M blank then stated something to the effect of, a K-bar sheath was left at the scene. J blank stated she did not know anything about the situation and asked M if he wanted to complete his order. M stated he was a collector and had enough for now. He also added he better hold off until things die down a little. Yeah. Now, on one hand, I can see somebody getting pissed off, right? Because if they're coming if they're coming to you and you know that they don't have the weapon, but you know that they're specifically looking for a weapon, it's obvious that a sheath would be left behind. So when it comes to him getting upset, calling customer service, "What's up with the two feds that showed up at my door about this K-bar?" I can see that taking place. I can also see it taking place how they would know about the sheath, because it's pretty obvious. If you don't have the weapon, but you know what weapon you're looking for, well, then that means that the sheath was left behind. Just like with Papa Roger. That's why Papa Roger, a lot of people think that Papa Roger knew about the sheath before it happened, but if you really break down the comment and you really think about it, it's common sense. If they know what kind of weapon they were looking for, but they don't have the weapon, Well, then you got the thing that goes with the weapon that tells you what kind of weapon it is, and that is the sheath. It's common sense. Like, if you don't have the weapon, but you know what kind of weapon, well, hello, duh. It's common sense. Now, this part right here, though, was a little interesting, though. But at the same time, I can see them saying this as well. If they're a collector, they already got contacted from the agency about that specific weapon. Well, then I would hold off too, because if I go out and buy something else, then I don't. What am I going to get another call again? So it looks suspicious, and at the same time, I could see it not being suspicious. I spoke with Detective Boone and Barrett on 12/2 and asked if they mentioned the knife sheath. Both detectives stated they did not mention anything. Yeah, because he probably said, "Do you have the weapon? Because why are you coming to talk to me, to interview me, if you have the weapon, right? Then you're going to be asking about, hey, how come you're missing this weapon? I got my weapons right here." So again, it's obvious to me. It's not rocket science. When somebody's coming to you, what, did you find the weapon? Did you find the weapon that had my shit on it? No, we don't have the weapon. Okay, hello. Well then, why would they even know it's a K-bar? Because of the sheath. It's obvious. I called Jay back on 12/13 and asked her to tell me about the call with M. Jay reiterated the contents of her statement. However, she stated one of the investigators, or no, she told her a K-bar sheath was left at the scene, and added, M told one of the investigators told her that investigation into M continues. Yes, it would be obvious that the sheath would be left at the scene. I mean, it's common sense. No, it's, you don't. This was the. I mean, it's common sense. I don't know how to. When you know what kind of weapon it is, and the police are coming to you regarding a specific weapon because he said, "Hey, these two people came up asking me about this K-bar. Do you?" And if people are coming to interview me, I'm gonna say, "Do you have it? Because if you have it, you'll see this. My shit's not on it." Well, no, we don't have it. Well, what's the only other plausible way that they would know it's a K-bar? Because the sheath was left behind. That's why, like Papa Roger, it's common sense. If you know,
huh? No, it could just be as simple as maybe when the police spoke to him, they were like, "Are you missing a sheath?" And he was like, "Oh, okay, well that makes sense."
No, we're talking about the person that was interviewed that purchased a K-bar, not Koberger. But
yeah.
Oh.
No, but I mean, they still might have asked him that.
Oh, I'm sure he had a sheath. Yeah. I don't even think they asked him about a sheath. I think they asked him about the purchase and if he still had the weapon. And he would have been able to. He would have been able to show the weapon. And so it's, if they don't have the weapon and they know what kind of weapon it is, it's freaking obvious. Either the killer left a receipt behind for the knife, right? Which I don't see happening, or they find the sheath. Because what other thing is going to tell anybody that it was a specific knife? The sheath. Like, it's so obvious. That's what I don't get it. It's so obvious. It's not rocket science. It's like, yeah, it's a sheath because that's the only thing that they had, and that's exactly the knife they were looking for. Brett Payne, this is 73. So he's got blood swabs. On 11/23/2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for Blank Queen Road, the residence of JS, and we all have some interest in that name after these documents even more, right? Officer House and I responded to, we'll just say it, 500 Queen Road at approximately 10 in the morning on 11:15. Remember, he didn't call the investigators until the 14th after 10:30 at night. He finally called them and told them, and he was already out of town right away. Crazy shit, man. We walked on the common walkway in the front of the door to Showalter's apartment and observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door had numerous spots of dried fluid, which appear, and we read this in a previous document as well. So it's going to be saying the same thing here. The area around the door had numerous spots of dried fluid, which appeared to be rust drops from metal roof above the apartment's door. These drops were mainly on the wall next to the door frame, not on the door frame itself. I observed what appeared to be a different fluid spot on the door, approximately 8 inches up from the bottom of the door under the door knob. So towards the bottom of the door, you go 8 inches up. Directly above that's the doorknob. Now, what they were probably thinking was that could have been some kind of drip effect, where if he had blood on his hand and he reached for the doorknob, he may have cleaned the doorknob, but the drip coming down as he's going to reach for the door could have left that drop. These drops were mainly on the wall. Or wait a minute. I also noticed the deadbolt plating was clean, polished silver, and had no dirt on it. I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview on a possible witness. Officer House and several members of the ISP Forensics Unit, to include Detective Hugh Powell, walked back to blank Queen Road blank. I met up with Officer House and Detective Powell a short time later, and they told me they believe the spot of dried fluid on the door displayed similar characteristics to that of dried blood. Namely, Detective Powell stated the spot displayed a cracking texture common when blood dries on a surface. The spot also displayed a similar cracking drop pattern to the blood spots found on the banister wall and the wall on the stairwell to the ground floor, which I observed inside 1122. King Road. Officer House also told me he looked at several other doorknobs and deadbolts, plates on doors in the same apartment complex, all of which had a fine layer of dust. Officer House also confirmed Showalter's door did not have the same layer of dust as though it had been cleaned off. I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security camera footage provided by the owners of Linda Lane, of possible footage of someone walking by the cameras at 3:50 in the morning on 11/13/2022. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. The cameras show the parking lot of blank Linda Lane, which is situated directly south of blank Queen Road. The frame captures a portion of the blank Queen Road parking lot in front of blank, but does not capture the apartment themselves. The area of blank Queen Road and blank is also much darker than blank Linda Lane. The video is infrared and is thusly displayed in black and white at approximately 3:50 in the morning. On 11/13/22, per the timestamp on the video, a figure clad in black and dark clothing can be seen walking from the building which houses Queen Road. The figure walks to the west out of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video as the figure enters the sidewalk area between the two other apartment buildings at Queen Road. The terminus of the sidewalk is immediately east of 1122 King Road. The figure is not captured by the cameras any there further. So, yeah, when we were digging into Linda Lane footage, that was the spring and summer of 2023. That's when we noticed there was a figure that was running from the middle of Queen Road. So if you look at your Linda Lane camera, you look to the left, there's the two buildings, the Queen Road apartments. You got that walkway that goes in between. There was somebody running from in between that walkway across the parking lot, and then you kind of lost them as they went by the apartments straight ahead, if you're having the same view of that camera. Based off the information, sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's kind of interesting to see the clad in black phrasing again. Because it's a weird way to put it, like we've always said.
Let me see where. Let's see here. Where? There it is, right there. Clad in dark clothing. Yeah, it's a good catch too. Sorry, I'm trying to read it so fast. Sometimes I guess I'm missing some stuff here. Based off the information above, MPD and ISP officers served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to blank Queen Road. Access to the residence per this search warrant was granted only if a presumptive positive test for blood was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during the search, and the warrant was returned. Now, 11:23, MPD officer Morris was contacted by J blank S blank, a maintenance worker for blank, which manages blank Queen Road. S told OFC Morris he conducted a routine maintenance order on Queen Road, 11:22, wherein he discovered something of note. I had Officer Morris call S and place him on speakerphone so I could talk to him. I asked S to tell me what he found. S told me he and another maintenance worker entered the apartment on 11/22/22 in order to check on a water quality complaint made by the tenant. Both men checked the kitchen and did not notice any issues. S said he entered the only bathroom in the residence and began to inspect the drain when the other maintenance worker advised there appeared to be blood on the shower curtain. Okay. Now, when we went into these, I think it was the first episode, that's when it was like, whoa, this is way more suspicious than, especially as we learned that he wasn't friends, technically, with any of them either.
Yeah.
Just knew Maddie. Let me see here. Describe the smudges as 1 inch. And this is another thing, too, when it comes to Showalter being there and following them, right? It makes sense. Since he didn't know Maddie or even Kaylee's name for that matter, right? Since he didn't know them like that, it makes me wonder if Jack was out with Cole. It makes me wonder if Maddie invited Jack and Cole to come hang out at the frickin' thing. If she didn't know and nobody knew Jack, then they just knew him as much as Maddie knew Jack, and Maddie knew Jack just as much as Maddie knew Cole. So I'm wondering if Cole and Jack were invited together. Cole got pissed off, got kicked out. Jack was going to try and be the savior, I'll keep you safe.
Yeah. Excuse me. And it does make sense that if he came with somebody who was subsequently thrown out, then he would start hanging out with them because the person he was there with was gone. So it feels like a random person following them, but it's also because, the person he's there with is thrown out.
Well, not that I'm saying that they rode together. I'm saying because Maddie only knew Cole from a class and a project that they worked on together. It makes me wonder if Jack was part of that same project. Not that they went out there together or were invited together, but that they were together in the same instance as they were the same. She knew them the same. Like, hey guys, yeah, we're going out here. If you guys want to go out there and meet us, come hang out. And it was, oh yeah, and then they both were like, oh yeah, they showed up at separately or whatever. Okay. Not that they were like friends and went there together, but as in like nobody knew Cole like they did, like the same as Jack, like they were the same friendship level, I guess. Yeah. To put it like they were the same together that way. Let me see here. Both men checked. There appeared to be blood on the shower curtain. S. Blank said he looked and discovered what appeared to be 2 separate smudge marks on the shower curtain, which appeared to be dried blood. And who knows, maybe, if there was some involvement, maybe they did it together. Who knows? Because they both got dissed that night. S. Blank described the smudges as 1 inch by 1 inch. She said he then noticed another smudge of what appeared to be dried blood on the toilet flusher handle. Holy shit, there's blood all over the place in there. S. Blank added there appeared to be spatter of dried blood near the light switch on the interior wall of the bathroom. I asked S. to describe the marks. He told me they appeared to be reddish brown in color. S. added, I've seen dried blood before, and the marks appeared to be similar to that. S. added the only thing he did in the restroom was flush the toilet in order to check the water quality. S. said the toilet appeared clean but became clogged when he flushed it. That's weird. I didn't notice that when we went through this document in the other one. I didn't notice that. Maybe I just didn't notice it in the other ones. But that's interesting. Appeared to be clean, but clogged when he flushed it. So noted it was odd the toilet became clogged. S. said he and his counterpart then left the apartment. I asked if anyone else had reason or means to access that apartment besides he or Blank between the time he left and the current time. S. Blank said no. I served the search warrant with ISP investigators Jeff Talbot, Hugh Powell, and Jake Schweck. We discovered the blood smears and spots in the locations S. described. In addition, there were more blood spatter spots on the wall on the entryway into the living room. Samples of each were collected. 94 in total. Holy shit. 94 samples.
That's a lot.
Were collected in Showalter's apartment. That's wild. 94? That's a lot. Wow. All right. Let me see here. Get to 74. Wow. That's a lot.
It is. It really is a lot.
I was thinking like 7, 8. I mean, just what we were reading, but 94. That's freaking nuts, man. That's a lot of blood. All over the place, too. The door handle, outside, the stairs. So you got blood on the stairs, the door, inside the door, the light switch, the bathroom, the shower curtain.
Yeah.
Bro. I don't know. When I went back there, I just had this weird feeling like Queen Road. It was too perfect. Queen Road Apartments. It's just too perfect. All right. Brett Payne. This is number 74, Brett Payne. Let me see here. So there's that. 11:15. I applied for and was granted search warrant. Let me see here. For Queen Road. Oh, Caddy says it's 4, not 94. Okay. That sounds... go ahead and put whatever document that is in the chat, Caddy. so everybody knows. 4. That seems like you. I would think there would be more than. You got blood outside the stairs. You got blood on the front door. You got blood on the light switch. Blood on the walls, and then blood on the shower curtain. Thank you, Caddy. Blood on the shower curtain. I would think there would be. That's like I said, 6 or 7 samples, but only. So it was only 4. Oh yeah, Cherie, we've been saying that since November 2022, December 2023, when it comes to Jack S, his parents, and how much money they have and the influence. Oh yeah, it's not been a secret, that's for sure. This is Brett Payne. Let me see. Let me make sure. Yeah, Brett Payne. On 11/15/22, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for Blank Queen Road based off the following information, as well as previous investigation. Based off of this information, Officer House and I responded to the Queen Road apartment at approximately 10 in the morning on 11/15/22. We walked on the common walkway in the front of the door to Showalter's apartment. We obviously read this document before in the other ones as well. Observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door had numerous spots of dried fluid, which appeared to be rust drops. Let me skim through this, because if there is something different, then I'll note it out. But it's basically what we just read, mainly in the frame itself. Yep. Same thing, polished silver. It's like they wrote down the same thing. I met up. That told me dried fluid, similar characteristics. Yes, yes, yes. That's everything is the same on that one. Layer of dust. I mean, it's like it was copied and just somebody else's name on it, really. They even have the same paragraph structure, too. I returned to MPD. Watched the film. Camera showed the parking lot. We've already seen that. Clad in dark. Yeah, it's a copy. It's a complete copy of it. Let me see. Yep, complete copy. All right, so we'll go to 75. Oh, okay, 75. I got 75 on the screen. Yep. Okay. All right. So this is Danny Vargas. It's probably going to. No, it's not. It's a different one. Okay. It says on November 15th, 2022, I had a phone message from the front desk to contact R blank, as she may have information regarding Kaylee Consalvis having a stalker. On November 15th, 2022, at approximately 11:15 in the morning, hold on 1 second. I called and spoke with blank. R blank. I introduced myself to R blank and told her I was given her message to call about possible information regarding Kaylee having a stalker. R blank told me she and some of their friends, we heard this before in some of these other documents too. She had some friends had lunch with Kaylee around September 11th, 2022, and she thought Kaylee said something about having a stalker. R blank thought Kaylee mentioned receiving something in the mail, but some of the other friends at the lunch thought Kaylee mentioned getting a strange message through Facebook Messenger. R blank told me she had been speaking. You know what? This right here. Okay, remember in the first week of December. Oh, hold on 1 second. Remember the first week in December of 2022. And Steve and Christy, it was the same interview where Steve and Christy, where Steve was saying, "Don't make me be the alpha." In that same interview, Steve also mentions that they had to fill out a form to sign a paper transferring property ownership of something that they got in the mail that they thought was related to the crime. Now, this makes me wonder, because right here, this friend of Kaylee is saying that she even thought Kaylee had mentioned something in the mail. So we later found out that package in that press conference that they had after the sentencing was over, we found out in that press conference that the package that they received didn't have any evidentiary value to the case. But it's just kind of interesting because I remember back then, and I was like, whoa, this was December of 2022, the first week. I think it was the 5th or the 6th of December when that interview was. If anybody knows for sure, let me know. But I'm pretty sure it was like the 6th, maybe the 5th of December. And that's when I sat there and I went, holy shit, the killer actually had enough fucking guts to send him something in the mail. What was this? Like a taunt? I remember hearing that and like thinking that in my head, like, damn, the person that did this is sick, where they're going to send something and taunt the family. And I'm like, what could they send the family? Did they send the family something from the house to show that they're the ones that did this crime? Like a memento that they took from the scene and sent it to the family to mess with them? You know? Like they knew that this, say a bracelet, right? This is what it was in my mind. Like, say the killer took a bracelet from the crime scene and sent it to the family in the mail, some kind of anonymous way, where they would just get the bracelet and go, holy shit, Steve, this is Kaylee's bracelet. Just like a taunt. That's what I was thinking when I first heard that. But this is interesting because that kind of brought that back into my head, that Kaylee had actually mentioned in the mail maybe getting something strange. But it ended up not being of evidentiary value.
It's really weird, though. I mean, and like, there's a lot of things in terms of Kaylee and like being concerned and frightened. It's not like it's just one or two things. Like, there's things building up.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, I can never. There's so many things that have told me from the start that Kaylee was the target. I think the other discussion of who was the target is just to distract from the truth. Because if you're trying to get to the truth, then you're going to get to the answers, and they don't want the answers. So we're going to throw out little thumbtacks all over the place. So you got to take your time going around them instead of going straight ahead. I mean, let me see here. R told me that she had been speaking with all of the friends who were at the lunch, and they were trying to remember what was said. R provided me with the names of the other friends who were at lunch with Kaylee on or around September 11th, 2022. So here are those people that were there at the lunch. Graduated last year, left U of I, student at WSU, current U of I student. R blank provided me with the name J-Q and told me Jay and Kaylee were very close friends and had plans to live together in June. R said Jay was not at the lunch, but she thought Kaylee would have spoke with her the most. R said Kaylee spoke with J, C, and B the most. I asked R if she could think of anyone who Kaylee had any issues with, and she said no. R told me Kaylee was very kind-hearted to everyone. I asked R how the conversation came up regarding the stalker at the lunch with Kaylee. R said Kaylee would always talk about things in a light-hearted manner and said one time she was speaking about childhood trauma in a joking manner and they did not think much of it. Childhood trauma in a joking matter. Makes you wonder. R thought the stalker topic just got brought up at some point during the lunch conversation, but she could not remember how specifically. I thanked R for the information and told her to contact us if she remembered anything else. On November 15th, 2022, at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon, I called and spoke with JQ. Jay told me that she and Kaylee had plans to move in together in June and said she spoke with Kaylee often. I asked Jay about the topic of Kaylee saying she had a stalker. Jay told me she remembered Kaylee mentioning something about a stalker but could not remember any of the details. Jay said she last saw Kaylee the weekend of October 3rd, 2022, when she came for a visit to attend the U of I football game. Jay said she also visited Kaylee around the weekend of June 14th, 2022, and did not think Kaylee mentioned having a stalker on either of these weekends. Jay thought the topic was brought up sometime during the previous school year in May. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I asked Jay if Kaylee shared information. That is interesting. So Jay is thinking that this stuff wasn't even. So we heard a lot of the stalker stuff. Well, not a lot. I'm not going to say a lot. We've heard a few things about the stalker stuff. Somebody in the backyard, different things. This friend who, according to other friends, Kaylee and her spoke a lot, spoke the most. She's saying, I think it was actually conversations that happened the previous year. So that's interesting. I asked Jay if Kaylee shared any information with her having problems with anyone, and she said no. Jay told me she did not know of anyone who did not like Kaylee or would have it out for her. I asked Jay if Kaylee mentioned having any potential love interest or she said she was seeing anybody. Jay told me when she last seen Kaylee on the weekend of October 3rd, 2022, Kaylee said she was not seeing anyone or sleeping with anyone. Well, now I'm starting to wonder, based off of the conversations with the other friends that, quote, aren't as close as Jay is supposed to be, if Jay didn't realize that she was seeing or sleeping with anybody else around that time, well, then I don't think Jay knows as much as she thinks she does.
I don't think so, because she said something like, when she says that Kaylee mentioned something about having a stalker but couldn't remember the details, like those are details you remember and everyone else remembers them. So I don't know, like maybe Jay got the year and as well.
Maybe they were that close up until the previous few months or something. I mean, because she did say that they were planning on moving together in June.
Yeah, but we heard that there was somebody else who was going to live with Kaylee, a male. So
we're talking two different time periods, Rosie.
Oh, right, sorry.
June, because if we're talking June and they were supposed to move in together in June, well, that would mean the June that had already passed. Because you're right. You're right. The next June would have been her in Texas. There would be no plans for her to live with this person in Texas in June. So that's why I'm saying, oh no, you're good. That's why I'm saying I feel like maybe she thought she knew more, but the previous couple months she didn't really she wasn't knowing that much because they had plans to move in together in June. I think something happened to where she wasn't there anymore, because if you scroll back up to if you go back to the previous doc shows the list of friends that were at the thing, right? And then it said one of them left the University of Idaho. Not they graduated, but one had left. I wonder if the reason that her and Jay didn't move in together that June was because she left the University of Idaho. You didn't graduate, and I don't think that you're going to go to school to then plan on leaving, because then why would you go there in the first place? I think, sometimes academically they're not making it, too much partying, whatever. You don't, you might as well just drop out. I'm wondering if that was a situation, and maybe that's why they didn't talk as much, because to sit here and see all the other friends that were there and around know about her history with other people and the extracurricular activities going on, she obviously didn't know, because this statement right here would be a different statement if she did. Let me see here. I asked Jay what she knew about JD. Of course, we're going to know. What do you know about Jack Decor, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend? Jay told me Kaylee and Jay both loved each other and did not have any hard feelings against one another. Jay said Jay and Kaylee started dating when they were younger, and Kaylee broke up with Jay so she could grow up a bit and experience other things. And you know what other things that was. Come on now.
No, we know.
I saw the stuff that Jack was posting on her Instagram of other guys complimenting her and the stuff he was saying, and I'm sorry. I don't see, oh, they were on good terms, and I'm sorry. You don't type that stuff that you type, Jack, because other people are complimenting her. It's called, you should have stepped the F up, Jack. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jack, because I guarantee you, it's not, I wanted to go experience other people. You know why? Because as they grew up, listen, you may be in a small ass town, right? While you're dating Kaylee, you might be in a small ass town, but when you go to a college, and you're not doing what you need to do to make sure that your lady is satisfied in every freaking way, bro, it's on you, man. Because each person is supposed to do that for the other one. Kaylee was supposed to do it for Jack. Jack's supposed to do it for Kaylee. It's no wonder she wanted to go out and experience other things, because he got too comfortable. And, we're gonna be together forever. Bullshit, bro. Do what you need to do. You got too comfy, and look what happened. You got bit. Jay said at first the breakup was, of course it was. The breakup was hard for Jay, but they remained friends. Yeah, because he was like, well, hopefully there's a chance one day. Bullshit, bro. I can guarantee you, she flew the coop. She flew the coop already, and she wasn't coming back. Hello. She was even willing to move from by Canada to by Mexico. Like, that's how far. You went from Idaho to Texas. One touches another continent. The other one touches another country. Not a continent, but a country. Moved away from your ass, bro. Jay said when she visited during the weekend of October 3rd, 2022, there were a bunch of people at Kaylee's house that no one stood out. Jay told me she was with CW and handed the phone to C so I could speak with her. CW, I told C I had spoken with R about the lunch they had with Kaylee and the topic of the stalker. C said she and her friends have all discussed the stalker topic and could not remember exactly what she said. What I'm meaning is instead of Kaylee became out of Jack's league. All right? I'm just saying it. Now, you can climb that league together as a couple. Jack, you could have gone out and done some fucking shit to climb up that league with her, but when your ass is, when you don't appreciate what you got, and you don't even think that you need to climb up along with her, it's what happens, bro. It's what happens. Don't get lackadaisical. Do what you need to do. Take care of what you need to take care of. Everything will turn out all right. I asked C if there was anyone Kaylee spoke to her about, and she said no. C told me she graduated from the university last year, was not in Moscow, and did not spend that much time with Kaylee. C said she did not know anyone who did not like Kaylee or had it out for her, and she did not know Kaylee's roommates. I thank C for speaking with me. C gave the phone back to J, who told me I should speak with Kaylee's friend NG blank, and said N and Kaylee spent a lot of time together. C and J both provided me with their current addresses, so there's the name CWJQ, and they thanked them for the conversation, and it was logged into evidence. All right, so let's go to 76. It's just crazy when I see, you know what I mean? Like, you see other dudes and they just get so comfortable, and it's like, you should always be working on that relationship, period. What the hell, man? Lawrence Mowry, forensic extraction A blank. Okay. This is 76. We're on 76, right? Yeah, 76. On December 13th, 2022, I was requested to complete a forensic extraction on an iPhone provided by J blank, A blank, A blank, signed as a consent. All right. The phone was powered on, placed it into airplane mode to protect any potential evidence on the phone from being removed or remotely deleted. I took photos of the device, attached them to this case file. Okay, and examining. Let me see here. Well, Mama J, he's gonna say the breakup was mutual to save face. Oh yeah, we broke up together. Bullshit, bro. Bullshit. Your ass got dumped, and you didn't want to look like a bitch. Just calling it what it is. You think he's gonna dump Kaylee for real? You think he's gonna break up with Kaylee? The dude got dumped by Kaylee. Give me a fucking break. You think Jack was gonna find somebody better than Kaylee? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. According to Jack and Kaylee, how long they've been together, the relationship they have, everything that they built, you think he was gonna find somebody better than Kaylee? Nah. Not happening. The phone was powered, and he knew it too. But I don't want to act like a bitch or seem like a bitch. Yeah, we broke up together. Yeah, okay. The phone was powered on, and I placed it in. Anyway, look at that. I lost my place. Took photos of the evidence, attached them to the case file. The phone was required, passcode, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's see here. Model number, the iPhone, following changes. Auto lock was turned off. That way they could get back into it. And everything was documented for that one. All right, so let's go to 77. What's that one movie I'm trying to think of? It's got Freddie Prinze Jr. She's Out of My League. Look at it. All right? Look at it. Goes from a little girl with glasses to all of a sudden this amazingly attractive female, and go watch the movie. All right, that shit happened to Jack. Like, whoa, fuck! I got too comfortable and thinking she was gonna be with me forever, and I didn't have to do anything to better myself. Get the hell out of here, bro. Get out of here. Let me see here. Yeah, you know why he wasn't interested, Sherry? Because he was with another girl. That's why he wasn't interested in picking up the phone, because he was laying in bed with another girl. Why was he laying in bed with another girl? Well, you might as well start somewhere when your girlfriend dumps your ass. Can guarantee you. I'm just, listen, I'm calling it from what I've seen in life. I'm calling it from what I've seen in life. I was a dude that had to go get my friends' girlfriends. It was ridiculous. I was the dude that had to go talk to the females and spark up conversations, and literally for my friends that were too not confident. Like, I can literally go up and talk to anybody. I can hold a conversation with anybody. Like, I can hold there could be somebody that doesn't know what to say and is nervous, and I could sit there and just have a conversation, keep going, and make them completely comfortable as hell. I have that ability, right? Even when I'm out on location, people come up to me to talk to me. I don't go to them. So I'm having to find my friends' girlfriends because they're too damn afraid to try and spark up a conversation. Oh, wow, she's cute. Well, go talk to her, bro. No, I can't. Well, dude, you've been sitting there for a month, and you want me to go talk to her for you? If you want to, fine, I'll go up and talk to her for you. I'll go up and talk to the girl. You know what I'm saying? We're talking, having fun, and I'm like, yeah, my friend over there, he thinks you're really hot. What do you think? Do you think he's cute? Whatever. Oh, no. We'll go up and talk to him. Bam! You know what I'm saying? So when I'm around this stuff and I see it all the time, I'm calling it like I'm calling it. Jeez. I've been around plenty of the dudes that are like Jack, all right? and yeah. Oh, we broke up together. Okay, dude, shut up. Shut up, dude. All right, 77. Give me a second. Oh, and I feel and my old friends that they know who they are. They know who they are. It's fucking all the time, man. It was ridiculous. Whether it was at work, school, it did. But KB, that's the thing. I always was that way. Like, I could just, it doesn't matter. Like, and that was probably why I was attractive to a lot of people, is because I just had the confidence like a motherfucker. Like, there was nothing, still do. There's nothing that was gonna stop me if I wanted. Like, I could sell ice to an Eskimo. I'm serious. On 12/13, 22 at approximately 8 o'clock, I interviewed SP in Idaho at the blank. Had called me several days earlier to report some information he had regarding the quadruple homicide. I asked P if the information he would be sharing would be dealing with one person, which is okay. That's interesting. He told me it would. I asked P if I could get the individual's name. P told me the person was G or G. Later identified as GM. Blank to 2003. P told me he did not know the individual's last name, but believed he knew where he lived. P told me he lived in the avenue, then turn onto blank lane, and then right onto blank street, and the apartment is across from the blank blank. P told me that G blank lives in the blank apartments. P began by explaining to me that he had done a lot of work for DK, who is the prior owner of blank. P told me he has not been a friend of the family for many years and has done handyman jobs in the past for D. P told me in 2020 he drove D, his daughter L, and G up to the blank to a place the family goes to have vacation almost every year. P told me after they got there, R, who is one of D's sisters, got into an altercation with a male who was camped near where they were. P told me it was a heated argument, but everyone eventually went back to their campsite. P told me later in the evening he noticed R and L were walking past the male's campsite, so he went up a hill where he could observe and make sure nothing was going to happen. P told me he had been up on the hillside for several minutes in the dark when all of a sudden G just appeared out of nowhere. P told me it startled him for a minute because he never heard or saw where G came from. P told me G pulled out a knife to show him. P told me this was hunting style knife. P told me he had spoken to G, who had showed a great interest in having a career in the military. I asked P if he could describe the knife to me. P told me it was a typical 7-inch blade hunting skinning knife. P told me he had heard that G grades in school had dropped and that L had been extremely verbally abusive to him.
Do we know what's going on here?
I'm trying to figure out who the hell is G. Because this is really damn weird.
It is.
So lived in the blank apartments. Okay. He told me this apartment is just off of something Avenue, then turned on to Linda. It's got to be Linda Lane. Just off of something Avenue. I'm going to look this up later. I'm going to look this up later. I'm going to try and because I could probably figure out the location that they're redacting. I'm gonna look that up later because this is, I don't know, something's weird about this. And what was the, let me go back to the argument. Friend done handing me goes to vacation. There was one. Okay, so one of the sisters got into the argument. One of D's sisters got into an argument with the guy. And let's see. I asked how L and G would travel to Moscow from Boise. P told me he believed they would ride the bus when they traveled, so like a Greyhound bus. It's interesting. A lot of people utilize the Greyhound bus for creepy shit. P told me when they stayed in Moscow, at D's house, G and his sister would stay in the basement and L would sleep outside or in one of the 2 sheds in the backyard. What? So you would travel up. Wait a minute. What? So, but look at this. P told me earlier that G grades in school had dropped and that L had been extremely verbally abusive to him. Who the hell is L? So G would stay in the basement, but L would be made to sleep outside or in one of the sheds in the backyard?
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Would sleep outside. Okay. Yeah, I really need to look more into this one later. P told me the significance of this was that G would keep his knives in the basement of D's house. In the wood pile that was outside or in one of the 2 sheds in the backyard. You would leave some of your knives in a wood pile? Why would you leave some of your knives in a wood pile? What the? This is sounding really weird. P told me around the end of May or sometime in the middle of June, after COVID was letting up, he was at the Mad Greek having a late lunch or early dinner. P told me this was on a Saturday or Sunday. P told me he had ordered a glass of wine, which he is sure that Ethan brought him. P told me he is not sure if Ethan worked at Mad Greek or was just helping out. I was just going to ask that. Did Ethan worked at Mad Greek? Because why is he bringing a glass of wine at Mad Greek?
He must have been helping out.
Probably. Helping Xana out. P told me a bit later he noticed that G had come into the restaurant with possibly D, who is G's cousin. P told me Xana and Madison had gone over to G's table, and Ethan later joined them. So G is friendly with Ethan and Xana. P told me it appeared to be a... What? What? Hold on a minute. P told me it appeared to be a heated conversation. So no, they weren't friendly. Let me see. He told me Xana and Madison had gone over to G's table and Ethan later joined them. He told me it appeared to be a heated conversation. So Xana and Madison went up to G, probably to confront G about some activity that the establishment didn't agree with. And then Ethan joined because the conversation got heated. So P suspected it maybe have had to do with the cancel culture, and that G was stirring them up with conservative comments. P told me G left without eating. Cancel culture. Cancel culture at that time had to do with sexual assaults. During that time, there was a huge cancel culture movement in this country that had to do with sexual assaults that took place however long ago it was. And so, if the conversation had to do with cancel culture and conservative comments, if you do look up the history of the Mad Greek and you look up the history of 1122 LLC, you will see that one of the main persons involved in those has a long history of SA against minors and has never been in trouble for it. It's the same person that gave me a warning back in 2000. It was April, May, March. It was somewhere in March, April, or May of 2023. It was in March, April, or May, somewhere around there in spring of 2023, when I was going through the background of 1122 LLC. I was going into the background of Mad Greek. I was going into the background of some other establishments, and they were all connecting back to one individual, and that individual had a lot of SA, but a lot of slaps on the wrist. Now, when I started talking about the businesses that were associated, those businesses had other businesses that were associated with them that stretched all the way down to North Carolina, South Carolina, Colorado, Missouri, Illinois, all these different states in the United States, and also included some stuff overseas in Italy. As I was digging up and going through that and presenting some of that information, that's when their legal representative reached out to me and said, "Yo, we think you're a cool guy, but I'm gonna give you a heads up. We think you're a cool guy. You're a smart guy. We like you, but I'm just going to tell you right now, you need to remove this, you need to remove this, you need to remove this, and you need to remove this, because if you don't, my client is going to come after you. And he gave me all this stuff they were going to come after me for. I said, holy shit. Because I looked at it, I'm like, well, I had to take all that shit down. There was people that got mad at me because I took some of that shit down. I'm like, look, the shit ain't that fucking important to me. Other people are going to talk about it. Let them get in trouble. Now, did they go into the extent that I did when it comes to the overseas and all of the other businesses? No, they didn't. It was wild.
Sounds it.
So I could see that maybe G went into Mad Greek and said, yeah, because I'm sure it was pretty obvious to the people around there who I'm talking about and what they did. I'm sure it's pretty obvious to those people. And maybe G went in there and said, yo, why is this guy running this company and he's effing with 13-year-old girls? Should he even be allowed to have this business? Cancel culture. Makes you wonder. Later that night, around 9:10 p.m., P was at D's house in his backyard. P said that L was extremely drunk and she was yelling at G. P said she stated, "You are just a loser and you are going to spend your life in jail. You are ruining your life." So L was extremely drunk and was yelling at G. P said she stated, "You are just a loser." So L was yelling at G, "You're just a loser and you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. You are ruining your life." P was not sure what L was referencing when she said this. P told me that G left right after this altercation and he did not see him again. P told me G goes on long walks and does not return until the early morning hours. That sounds like what a SK would do too. You've heard of other SKs doing that, like BTK. Let me see. So it makes me wonder if he was threatening somebody's life, because if he was threatening somebody's life, then that would make somebody else say, "You're going to spend the rest of your life in jail." If somebody's like, "I'm going to rob your fucking phone from you," they're not going to be like, "You're going to spend the rest of your life in jail." If somebody's like, "I will kill you, motherfucker," they'll be like, "Dude, you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. Don't be stupid." P told me that he was over at D's the next morning picking up some tarps from a job he had been doing, and G showed up. P told me he asked G what he does after he leaves when his mom is yelling at him. So L is his mom. So, what the fuck? This is so weird. This document, this document really needs to be dug through.
Yeah, this is like its own show. This whole
yeah, like there's so many. So G told him he goes over to the college. P told me G believes the college is to blame for how his mom is. P explains that L went to parties at the college and began drinking. P told me he does not know for sure, but believes that L may have been R'd at one of the college parties. Unfortunately, that does happen a lot at those, unfortunately. P told me he asked G about the conversation that took place at the Mad Greek restaurant. So P told me that they asked G about the conversation. P said that G told him that he had followed the girls to the Mad Greek from college. There's your fucking stalker. Hello. He says it right there. He followed the girls to Mad Greek from the college.
Yeah. That sounds pretty unstable.
G told P that the two girls were lesbians. You know what kind of comment that if there's like some guy that is really interested in a couple girls, tries to make a pass and they both, oh hell no. Freaking lesbians. I can see that being a comment from somebody that is upset that those girls aren't attracted to him or don't want any kind of play. They're freaking lesbians, that's why. G told P he had went back to the girl's house, and when they came... What the... G told P he had went back to the girl's house, and when they came home, he was inside the house and made the statement they had no idea that I was there. I could have killed them all if I had wanted to. Hello? You go up the third floor? You go up the third floor deck? You gain access? You launch yourself up there? What did I say? You go through the door that the last door is going to be checked. What door is that? This is a sliding glass door in Kaylee's room. That's the last door that anybody would even check or come across, and they might not even check it. So that's how you would know you gained access to somebody's house, and they didn't have any idea. I could have did what I wanted. What the fuck? That was the conversation. So he asked G about the conversation that took place at the Mad Greek. This dude gained access to their freaking house?
Yeah.
I bet you he went up third, because that's the only way that nobody's going to know, because if he's going through the sliding glass door or he's going through the front door. Hey guys, this is weird. Why is this like this? You go through the third floor sliding glass door. Ain't nobody seeing that shit. It's behind a curtain too. So the only reason you're noticing something's wrong with the door is if you move the curtain and look at the door. What the hell? He told me. Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
It's getting worse. It's getting...
I could have killed them all if I wanted to. P told me G then went and got a larger knife from out of the back shed and showed him. P told me every time he was around G and G mom would explode on him, he always stayed very calm and would not react to her. Yo.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa is right.
70, like that. You're right. That's going to be its own show sometime. Document 77.
Yeah.
We'll have to schedule that sometime in the morning when you're able. We should, because I'm still going to be reading these. I still want to try and do other shows. I know it's kind of hard because these episodes are like 4 or 5 hours long. I'm exhausted by the end of them. But really, we should do a show on Document 77 for real, Rosie.
Yeah, I think we should. Just let me know. As long as, it's the morning, I'll get work.
This whole document is freaking... My Lord. And he even admitted that he followed them.
Yeah.
Not only the Mad Greek, but their house. And was in their house.
And said what he could have done if he wanted to. And that actually happened. Yeah.
What the... Okay. I almost don't want to go off of this document, but I have to. All right.
I have to go because it's kind of approaching midnight for me. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having me over.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I know. Dude,
I know what what you and me and I know what us in the background are going to be doing when this episode's over. I know that. Shit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you hanging out.
Thank you for having me over. Thank you, everyone in chat.
This is nuts. This is damn straight why they didn't want this shit out there before, because they knew the family would want the damn trial.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Document 77.
Yeah.
All right. This is Danny Vargas.
Good night.
Good night. Packing up personal items at 1122 King Road. What the hell, man? What the hell? I almost want to be done and with this show and figure out this puzzle, because there's a lot of stuff there that's redacted, but there's enough where I can figure it out. Like, oh, it goes here and this is here, and it's kind of like, it's really bugging me. Like, I really want to figure out that puzzle. I love puzzles, and that is a puzzle that I definitely want to figure out. There's no way I'm going to get to 100. Let me see. 78. All right, let me go through a couple more. It's like I just want to be done and I want to figure out this puzzle ASAP. This is too wild. All right, on December 7th, 2022, I assisted with packing up and moving personal belongings from 1122. This is, hold on. (1122) King Road to the MPD secured storage trailer, and I packed up the items, BF room and DM room. December 8th, I spoke with RM, who is a blank for M. M initially wanted to retrieve some items for M, but then it stated M would come retrieve all of her items sometime after the holidays. On December 15th, I spoke with TV, who is in blank for F blank V blank, asked if we could send F blank her reading glasses, passport, and iPad to blank with the investigators who would be coming to interview her. Captain Lanier, the MPD secured storage, sent an email to V stating we would be sending the glasses and passport, but could not release the iPad yet as it was one of the items seized during the search warrant. V asked when F could get the rest of her personal belongings, and I told him she could contact me and we could make arrangements to return all of her items, which are in our secured storage. I gave F glasses and passport to ISP Mike Booney, who would be giving the items to the appropriate ISP investigator who would be traveling to speak with blank. All right, let's go to 79. What the hell, man? 77. I'm gonna figure you out. I love puzzles. I'm gonna figure you out. All right, Maury, Detective Maury, December 1st, 2022. Requested an amended warrant for Meta, so it's Facebook. There's the list. They received the warrant. Was not able to add the phone. We're not able to add the phone number of blank as in a data. Okay, we went through that already. JD. Meta warrant receipt affidavit. All that is normal. All right, so we'll go to 80. Who the man? There's so many people, man. There's so many sketch ass people. All right, so this is number 80, Lawrence Mowry. Reddit warrant service. So basically, it's going to say the same thing as the other documents, except it's going to be specified to Reddit. So I'll have all those displayed for you, and you can see those, and that's the end of that one. So we're going to go to 81. We might be able to get through 100. I don't think so, but we'll see. So I'll only be going about maybe 30 more minutes. Whatever we can get into. All right. So this is, I'm going to share this one. This is 81. This is Lawrence Mowry, and this is the Consalvis Gmail, the Gmail warrant. Okay, the warrant was served. Warrant was available, completed, return, receipt, affidavit. Everything was signed. So there's that for you. All right, we're going to go to 82. I think I'm going to have a show. I think the next show that we're going to have before I read some more of these is we're going to have a show on that 77. Shoot. Hold on 1 second. 82. 81, 82. All right, so let me open this window up. So if there's something through these docs too, it'll really help out as well. I don't really have the time to make any of the short content stuff that everybody else is doing. If you see something in any of these documents that you go through, or you think something needs to be highlighted more, or just like this, I'm going to leave a comment in the description about document 77 and put that in the timestamp when I started reading it. So that way you can just click on it and actually go to hear about that specific section. Holy crap. All right, so this is Lawrence Mowry again, the Reddit warrant. We'll leave that up there for a second so it'll be displayed. I'm going to start adding some of my other layovers here real quick because I ran out of the new ones. So 83, 84. Okay, let me scroll down a little bit and then you'll have all that. I'm just adding some more layovers that have the numbers on it. 85. Let's see here. 86. We might be able to get through all 100. We'll see. 87. 88. 89. 90. Let me just add a couple more. 91. And we'll add 92, and then we'll start rolling again. All right, so 82. All right, so there's 82, and then there's that for you. So we're going to go switch to 83 now. Give me 1 second. We'll pull up 83. This is freaking wild, man. I'm ready to go through that number 77. I got to figure out that puzzle, man. That puzzle. There's a lot to that puzzle too. A lot to figure out. A lot of linking up. Thank you, Yoli. I appreciate that. Let me see here. All right, so let's go here. Lawrence Murray. This is Forensic Extraction K blank. Okay. Lawrence Mowry. On December 14th, 2022, I was requested to complete a forensic extraction on iPhone provided by CK. Okay, the phone, airplane note. Now, we read all this before in another document. I'm seeing if anything's different. It looks pretty much cookie cutter. Auto lock was turned off. Yeah. All right. Everything. Okay, that looks good. Nothing different. We're going to go to 84. Yeah, thank you guys, and then also thanks for being here, because I know a lot of people are just going through the docs real quick, or just highlighting certain ones, and or not even doing what I'm doing with the layover, making sure that you got the doc number for each one that we go through, so that way you don't have to like try and scroll and figure it out. It's just making it to where it's all documented in order, and that you have an easy way to navigate it from this point on. All right, so this is Lawrence Mowry, Detective Mowry, Forensic Extraction for the Samsung. So we're going to scroll through this. Okay, examining circa. See if anything stands out. It's all typical. Excuse me. All right. So that's typical stuff. We're going to go to 85. Let's see here. Pop up this window. Zoom in. Amazon warrant return. Okay. 26th. November 26, 2022, I applied and was granted for a warrant. Any data associated with knife sales of the following. Okay. November 26th, the warrant was served via FedEx. December 8th, they got the email from Amazon that the data was available. Let me see. Completed the warrant. Everything turned in. Signed, sealed, delivered. It's theirs. All right. We're going to switch to 86 now. All right. And this will be Kernodle's property. All right. Okay. So this is 86. On 12/13/22, I emailed JK a property release form for Xana's personal property in her car. Told me he was going to have a blank drive down from blank and retrieve the items since he was in blank. Let me see here. 12/17, K blank emailed me the form back indicating he was giving permission for RN to take custody of the property in the car. On the morning of 12/20, N called me and said he would be in Moscow later that morning to collect Xana's property and car. I met with N at the Moscow City shop around 11:30 in the morning. I released 9 boxes containing Xana's personal property from the house and the 2010 blue Honda Civic, Arizona license blank signed for, and took custody of the items. So there's that. All right, we're going to go to 87. All right, 87. This is a short document here as well. We'll zoom up on this. All right, Danny Vargas, 8 DM, property release. Okay, on December 21st, 2022, at approximately 11:30 in the morning, I met with RM DM at the City of Moscow shop and released the following items to her: passport, Ziploc bag of jewelry, small black purse, Nike Air Jordan shoes, North Face black puffy coat. M signed for the items. M said she would meet with D and find out when she would be collecting the remainder of her items. The signed release is attached electronically to the case file. So there's that. We're going to switch to 88. All right, so this is 88. And let me see here. Lawrence Mowry again. Video capture. On December 22nd, 2022, I was tasked with reinstalling the exterior camera, known as the light bulb camera, at 1112 King Road, Okay, to capture some videos. We read this one before in previous documents as well. Upon arrival, I unplugged the power, removed the camera from the light socket. While installing the camera, oh, whoa! Hold on a second. This is something different than the previous document. I then powered on the router I had secured from the residence earlier and installed the camera I secured as evidence earlier into the light bulb socket. While installing the camera, I heard a crack and felt the light bulb base become loose. Base mount become loose. It should be noted the approximate temperature outside while installing the camera was between 5 and 9 degrees. So that's interesting. We didn't know that the officer damaged the base to the camera in the previous document that we read on the other show. We know that they came back and put it back on there, but I did not say anything about it being broken. I do not believe. I previously had installed a new SD card into the camera and powered on the router and camera at the Moscow Police Department to ensure the camera was functional. I was then able to monitor the camera using the Home iPro app on my phone. Corporal Brett Payne was able to drive a white-colored vehicle into the view of the camera. Sergeant Dustin Blaker parked a vehicle near the residence and closed the doors and trunk on a vehicle for audio comparison, and a K9 unit from Lewis County Sheriff's Office was utilized to capture barking audio comparison from the residence. Upon completion of the data collection, I powered off the evidentiary router and removed the camera from the light socket. In doing so, the base detached from the camera and a wire became disconnected. I gathered the router and camera, placed them back into their evidentiary bags, and returned them to the secure computer forensics lab. I reinstalled the current camera, and reconnected the power to the new router. I contacted Elle to ensure she could access her camera, and she responded. What the wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me see something here. Hold on a minute. I need to look something up here. That's the same fucking L. That's the same fucking L. That's the same L as document 77. I'm looking at the different documents of 77. That's the same fucking L, man. That is the same exact size of every time L gets redacted. Dude. This L is the same damn L. And I will show you at the end of the show. It is the same damn L. I'm not lying. I'm going to show you guys. When we get to the end, I'm going to flip through them and you're going to see. It's the same exact freaking L. The same one. I mean, oh my gosh. Okay, Corporal Payne and I then ensured the residence was locked and left the residence without further incident. All right, so there's that one. I want to hurry up and get done with these ones because I I'm so ready to dig into this. All right. So that was 88. Let's go to 89. Whoops. I meant to do this. Right here. All right. 89. Dude. All right. Initially interview with BF. Watch guard video. November 13th, 2022 at around 13:47, which is 1:47 in the afternoon. I interviewed BF at the Moscow Police Department in regards to the death of her 4 roommates. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. My phone kept freaking going off the hook. All right, 89. All right, we're on 89. Sorry about that. On November 13th, 2022, at around 13:47, 1:47 in the afternoon, I interviewed BF at the Moscow Police Department in regards to the death of her 4 roommates. B is a resident at 1122 King Road. F was home sleeping in a room located on the basement floor of the residence. B has an iPhone 11 Pro cell phone with passcode blank. What's up, Ruckus? How you doing, buddy? B went to the blank party at around 8:30 with Ethan Chapin and Xander Kernodle. They hung out in an apartment for a while together, and then B went up to the main part of the fraternity to hang out with the party. Maddie and Kaylee went to the corner club together, not sure when they left. Bethany did not see Ethan or Xana at the party and left to go to K blank. That's interesting because according to the probable cause affidavit, Bethany saw Xana and Ethan at the party until 9 p.m. and also saw Xana and Ethan arrive home at 1:45, which they didn't arrive home at 1:45 a.m. either. So that's interesting. That's two statements that are false from Bethany. Left to go to K blank F blank residence on Taylor Avenue. B, Bethany walked home until around 1-ish, and when she got back to 1122 King Road, D blank and L blank and M blank were at the residence, and they all watched a movie together. Maddie and Kaylee got to the house at around 1:45 or 2 in the morning, left the house, and D went to bed. B hung out with Maddie and Kaylee for a while in Kaylee's room. B and Maddie took Murphy, Kaylee's dog, out to go to the bathroom between 2:30 and 3. Interesting. So Bethany and Maddie took out Kaylee's dog. Bethany did not stay outside for very long as it was cold. Maddie then went to bed and watched a TV show to help her sleep, Baby Daddy. At around 4:20, B heard what she thought was a firework and saw a spark on the ground from under her door. So somebody used a device to... Oh, you know what? This... Okay, wait. Did that... Okay, I can't remember. Did the front door have a keypad? Did the front door have a keypad? Because this, if somebody's trying to break in, and you create an electric charge on that keypad to make it short out, I could see where that would be a firecracker and a flash, because on the other end, the chip overheat, it fries. I could see that being like a small firecracker, and that would create a flash that would spark from under her door. Bethany then heard Murphy barking. So this is Bethany, not Dylan. Dylan called Bethany and stated she had seen someone in the house, and Bethany told her she could come down to her room and sleep with her. Dylan went to Bethany's room and went to bed. They woke up around 11 and talked to other friends who came over to check on them. Man, that's interesting. I wonder if somebody... But then they said there was no forced entry according to the cops. Wait a minute. The other room that was not being occupied, that had a special, a secret hidden closet that we know about. We saw the photos. We saw the proof. We exposed it 2023 spring. The secret closet. I wonder if that door had a keypad on it, and if they were trying to break into that room. That's why the cops were asking, did they store anything at this place? Multiple cops asking the witnesses and the friends, did they store them? Huh. Because that would mean no forced entry to get into the house, because they didn't do that to a door that was exterior to get in the house. They did it to another door that went to a room, so that is not using force to gain access to the house. You already got access to the house without force in order to gain access to that room. Let me see here. They talked to the other friends who came over and they checked on Zan and Ethan and found them deceased. Originally called 911 and stated the friend was passed out and would not wake up. Talked about the incident with Kaylee, who stated about a month ago she saw an unknown male up above their house to the south who was staring at her when she took Murphy out to go potty. Bethany said Kaylee broke up with her longtime boyfriend about 3 months ago because she was planning on moving to Texas. Bethany could not provide me with anything else at that time. So there's that. Boy, this shit's wild. All right. One took a little longer than I thought. Number 90. We're still going to see if we can push to... let me see here. You know what I think I'm going to do? Let's go ahead. We're at 90. Let me see something here. Does it tell me? Let's see. So that's a... Okay, so they're all pretty short documents after this, so we should be able to get through them all. This one's going to be a little longer. It's 6 pages, but after that, it literally goes to like maybe 2 pages, maybe 3 pages, and then 1 page, 1 page, 1 page, 1 page, 1 page, 1 page. All right, so let me pull this one up. This is number 90. We're going to go ahead and finish all 100. And I might have to schedule a show tonight about document 77. And then what was the other one? Document 77 and document... Document 88. Isn't that interesting? 77 and 88. Excuse me. And people are way past this, and I haven't heard anybody talk about that, so that's interesting. Maybe nobody caught it, because I didn't even notice it until we were reading through the docs. All right. Dustin Blaker, number 90, on November 16th, 2022. Around 11:55 in the morning, I met with Bethany Funk at her BF at her blank office, at probably her mother's office, at blank present. During the interview, beside me and B were her blank, T, V, and Matthew Wen with the Nevada State Police Investigation Division. This was a follow-up interview with B related to the homicide. I'm wondering if this is where the exculpatory evidence is going to come from Bethany. No, it was actually 88 that had the L. I already took screenshots of it. It's document 88. Let me see here. I asked B who had the front door code. So the front door did have a code. B told me the following people had the door code. So let me see here. B. Okay, so all those people had the door code. Let me see here. B stated the above named people were the only ones who knew the code. Stated the code for the front door was the same code from the year. I had asked B what the code was, and she stated it was blank. B stated Maddie was the only roommate who lived in the residence the year before. B stated her, D, and Kaylee moved in around August 3rd, 2022. B stated Ethan had his own apartment, but she was not sure where it was located. B stated Maddie kept her same room from the year before. Maddie's room was located on the 3rd floor on the east side of the residence next to the bathroom. I asked Bethany about Murphy's routine. Murphy was Kaylee's dog she had purchased when she was still dating Jack. Bethany stated Kaylee would primarily take Murphy out, but Maddie would also help. Bethany stated that they never just left the door open because he would run away, so then they would have to use a leash when they took him out. Bethany stated Murphy would not bark that often and was very friendly. Yeah, party dog, that's what I'm saying. Bethany stated Murphy would primarily sleep in Kaylee's room, and if Kaylee was not home, he would be left in the room. Just like I said, the person gained access through the third floor. The puppy wasn't going to have a fit. They played with the puppy. That's where you get the puppy sound. I asked B about the Uber driver Maddie and Kaylee used on a regular basis. B stated Kaylee knew him from other blank who used him on a regular basis. Other blank? Well, that's weird. Other blank? Why would that be redacted? Other blank? That's weird. B stated that they would either contact the Uber driver through the app or contact him directly. Yes. Because you don't want all your money to go to Uber, right? B stated that Uber driver was very friendly and was always nice to everyone and everybody trusted him. B was able to tell me that the Uber driver was married and his wife had just had a baby. Yep, in October of 2022, and this dude's out driving drunk girls, college girls home at 2, 3 in the morning. Every night. For free? Okay, whatever, dude. B told me he drove a small car, possibly gray and black, but she could not tell me more about the car. Enough to make the G fam call you family. I asked B who in the house had a boyfriend. B told me Xana was dating Ethan. D was dating a boy named Q who lived in Boise and went to BSU. Maddie was dating JS who lived in Boise. Kaylee was dating JD, but had recently broke up with him. Kaylee was possibly hanging out with MB. B stated M was Xana's big in the Greek system. B stated the relationship was new and that he had never stayed over at the house, but Kaylee had stayed with him possibly more than once. Is that the vice president as well? Interesting. Let me see. Also hanging out with Kay, but they were, it says, what the heck? Hold on a second. This is being weird. But had recently broke up with him. Kaylee was possibly hanging out with MB. And the relationship was new. He had never stayed over at their house, but she had stayed over at his. B stated she did not have a boyfriend, but did mention she was kind of hanging out with KD, who is a blank, but they were not serious. A lot of different people. I asked B if she had ever heard of CG. B stated she knew of C, and he was also a blank. B stated C was a nice guy and knew D. I asked B if she knew of CB, and she stated she did not. Yeah, the guy that got kicked out at the corner club, Cole. I asked B if she knew the person behind Kaylee and Maddie on the grub truck video. B stated she did not know who the person was. Right, because they didn't know who it was. Like, that's the craziest thing. This whole time we thought he was a friend, but no. Nobody knew him. I asked B if she knew a guy by the name of S. B stated she did not know him, but stated she had heard from a friend of Maddie's, S, that her boyfriend JF, also a blank, that he would never want to get in a fight with S as he had anger issues. You know who they're talking about? Showalter. I've heard of the name Showalter. I don't know the guy, but I heard the name, and yeah, I heard I heard he has huge anger issues. I asked B about who paid for the Spectrum Wi-Fi account. B told me it was Kaylee who paid for the account. B told me the login for the password was blank and the Wi-Fi was blank. B told me it was Kaylee who paid for the account. B stated she did not know who the actual username and login was for the account. I asked B if she knew of anyone who had gotten asked to leave any of the parties thrown at the house. B stated 2 guys from the house J.H. and another guy she only knew as R got into a fight and were told to leave. B stated this fight occurred about a month before the incident at the house. I asked B about A. C. B said A used to live at the house but moved out. I asked B who used the bedroom on the west end of the first floor, which was empty. B stated Kaylee and Maddie used the room as an office. B stated Kaylee would use it for her work and had a computer in it. I asked B if any of the girls who lived in the house had jobs. B told me Maddie and Xana both worked at the Mad Greek on Main. B told me Kaylee worked for an online company and worked from home. B did not know who the company was. B told me Maddie also looked for an online company, but it was not the same company. B said the company Maddie worked for was out of Boise, and during the summer she worked for them in their office in Boise. I asked B about the substance use in the house and who used. B told me Ethan and Xana both took Adderall when they drank alcohol. Geez, I really wonder what Mrs. Chapin is really thinking about all these documents, and I'm wondering if Hunter and Mazzy are being honest with Mom now about all. No, there was nothing. Yeah, what the hell? B told me she saw Ethan and Xana both use it the night before the murders. Whoa. Both use it? Oh my lord. And that's why you saw the stuff. That's why when the cops came in, they found the $2 bill and the rolled up in blue powder on the desk. And what do you think that is? B told me she saw Ethan take a pill and she saw Xana crush up a pill and snort it by using a rolled up bill in her room. She also thought Kaylee used it, but was not sure. I asked B if she had any issue. I asked B if she has had any issues from any of the other people who live around them. B stated besides the 3 to 4 noise complaints they had, there were no other issues. B told me Kaylee would look up who the registered SOs who lived in the area. B stated Kaylee had found a registered SO who lived close to them in the blue apartments on Queen. Kaylee stated he was older, in his 30s to 40s. Both stated Bethany stated Kaylee was looking at the SO offender registry within the week or so before the crime. B stated Kaylee was into crime shows. B stated there was nothing that happened to prompt her to look up the SO registry. I asked B about the 2 other incidents where Kaylee had mentioned some weird things had happened. B told me about an incident at Winco where a male had followed her around the store, watched her check out, and then followed her to her vehicle. Xana was waiting in the vehicle. B stated Kaylee said the male was African American and in his late 20s. Bethany felt it had happened sometime before Halloween, so mid to late October. Kaylee stated B stated Kaylee purchased a case of White Claws for Xana. Yeah, no wonder, right? You're all doped up on shit. You're drinking and you're snorting pills. I mean, what the fuck, man? No, Mom, nothing, Mom. Oosh. Can you imagine Ethan's mom reading this shit and going, what the why didn't you tell me, you guys? Oh my God. B and her roommate had found the door open on November 4th at around 10:57 p.m. a.m. and they entered the house and grabbed golf clubs out of the west first floor bedroom. Bethany and the other roommates walked around the house with the golf clubs to check the house. Kaylee was not home for this incident as she has gone home for the weekend. Wind was blowing and the screws on the hinges were loose, and Xana's dad fixed it before he left that weekend. So the door was wide open and the lock was fucked with on Xana's door. Dude, I'm telling you right now, man, it just, as much as it wasn't about substances, son of a bitch, man. The fuck, dude? What do you think? The front door's wide open. Xana's lock was fucked with. I mean, hello? What the fuck, man? Oh, it's not a drug up. Bullshit. Look at what we're reading. There's 3 different substances already. And these, yeah, it was all the time. I seen them. Yeah, they were doing it. Kaylee told everyone about the incident where she saw a male watching her when she had taken Murphy out back to go to the bathroom. B could not remember when this happened, but she could not provide an actual day. B stated she had been at a chapter meeting at the time. Kaylee called them asking if they were going to be going home soon. What's up, Joey? The following is a timeline of events. November 12th, 2022 to November 13th, 2022. The following, let's see, Bethany stated she was the last one in the house to wake up. When she got up, Ethan was in the house in the living room, and Kaylee, D, M, and Xana were all gone. B felt she got up sometime between 10 and 11 in the morning. B stated she checked her Find My Friends app and saw they were at Taco Bell at the time. Once Kaylee, D, Maddie, and Xana got back, they started getting ready for the day. Kaylee, D, Maddie, and B were in Kaylee's room and they were getting ready for a party at Taylor Street. The witness, the house belonged to B, S, and K. The apartment is located on the 2nd floor. Stated this is between 11 and 12 in the afternoon. Kaylee left for the Whites before the rest of the group. Stated they left around 2 p.m. with Maddie, Xana, Ethan, H, J, J, L, Y, K, A, B, S, and S. Bethany stated she started drinking around 11:30 or noon when still at 1122 King Road. Bethany stated she was drinking mimosas and high noons throughout the night. Bethany also stated she played a drinking game called Rage Cage later in the night. B felt she drank a 12-pack of high noons during the night, 2 mimosas, and a standard wine glass. B was unsure of what she had been drinking when she played Rage Cage. B stated she was at the Whites up until around 15:48, which is 3:48 in the afternoon, when she left with Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and D stayed at the Whites. Ethan had left before her and Xana. Bethany and Xana went to AB Place somewhere on Taylor. B and Xana left there around 4:51 and went back to 1122 King Road. Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan were all at the house and made food. Ethan was not at the house during this time. At around 6 o'clock, Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan all went to take a nap, and they all set alarms for 8 o'clock. Bethany got up at 8 o'clock. Once they all woke up, they got ready to go to the blank for a house party. Maddie and Bethany left first to go to the P apartment at blank at around 9 p.m. Kaylee stayed home and was not going to the party at blank. Ethan and Xana came over to the party after Bethany and Maddie. Dylan did not come with the rest and walked over at a later time. Maddie was not there for a very long time, and she went back to the house to go to the club with Kaylee. B felt Maddie left sometime after 2109. Joey, I know Showalter's suspicious, but I'm telling you right now, document 77 and 88, I think this person is way more suspicious at this point. Now, yes, with the blood all over the place, and I'm not talking to the investigators until the 14th after 10:30 at night. I'm gone. I left town, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but not after today, after we were digging through document 77. Yo, that's the dude already admitted he broke in. The dude already admitted that he was in the house when they didn't know he was there, and all of that other stuff. We'll be doing a show on, well, what I do know, Joey, is BK admitted to it. So Don't admit to something you didn't do. Food for thought. One of B's friends, especially no parole, no appeal, because then you basically left yourself no options to enjoy any kind of innocence. Y and A got to the house blank and hung out with her. Bethany stated Y showed up at around 10 o'clock. They stayed in one of the apartments for a little longer, and she and Y went up to the main house for the blank fraternity. B stated this might have been around 10:30 to 10:45 at night. Bethany states, or B states, he hung out in the main part of the house for a while, and before she left the apartment, the typo, fraternity, she saw Ethan and Xana in P's apartment, and B stated this was around 1700 hours, which is, or I'm sorry, 17, which is 12:17 in the morning. Bethany and Y went to A house again on Taylor. B stated her, J, H, K, and Y were the only ones at the house. Bethany stated she walked home around 1 o'clock in the morning, and Dylan and L and M were the only one in the house. B, D, and L were watching Vampire Diaries for a while, and at around 1:22 in the morning, L left. D went to her room after L left, and at around 2 in the morning, Kaylee and Maddie came home. Maddie, Kaylee, Dylan, and Bethany went up to Kaylee's bedroom once they got home. Interesting, they were all hanging out in Kaylee's room. They'd have a perfect view from the outside. Kaylee was getting ready for bed as they were hanging out in her room. Bethany, Maddie, and Dylan went downstairs, and Maddie and Bethany took Murphy to let him go to the bathroom. Bethany only stayed outside for a short time. We heard this before. Then she went back into the house and put something away in her cupboard and grabbed a bag of chips. Bethany went downstairs to go to bed. Bethany stated nothing was unusual about Maddie and Bethany's demeanor when they got home. Bethany stated they both appeared to be happy. Bethany said Maddie was highly intoxicated and she had not seen her at that level of intoxication for a very long time. Bethany said when she went to bed, she was using her iPad to watch a TV show off of Hulu. Bethany said she was watching Baby Daddy. Bethany could not remember what episode she was watching or for how long she was watching. As she was watching the show, Maddie came downstairs and asked her if she had Murphy with her because she could not find him. Bethany told her no. Bethany said her door was locked and she normally locks her door when she goes to bed. Bethany told me she eventually turned off the show and her iPad and went to sleep. Bethany said she woke up after falling asleep and hearing what she felt was a firecracker go off, and she thought she saw a sparkler going off through the crack under the door. B stated that she did not know what happened. So if you're frying a circuit board, you're going to have like a flash that the illumination is going up and down, which would create a changing illumination like a sparkler would. So I'm wondering if somebody was like frying the door code to gain access. Either B called, but then again, you have you gained access with damage. So it has to be the door that's closed, the office. Like the office. The other bedroom, the office door did have a keypad on it too. That's the only one it could have been without forced entry, because that is forced entry with the keypad on the outside. So it has to be the office. Was there something that somebody was trying to take in the office? D responded by saying she thought he had a ski mask. Or wait. Bethany stated she did not know what happened. Either Bethany called D or D called B, and D stated she thought she had just seen someone dressed in all black in the house. Bethany said Xana had been wearing all black. D responded by saying she thought he had a ski mask on. Bethany said she didn't really know what to say to what Dylan said. Bethany admitted both her and Dylan get scared easy. Bethany, even though Maybe one of the frat brothers could have been playing a joke. Bethany told Dylan to come down to her room and ran down to her room. There was no short circuiting in the house. They had electricity through the whole house. They during that first night of the crime, they had all the lights turned on in the house, so all of the lights worked and all the electricity outlets worked as well. Bethany tried calling Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan's phone, and nobody answered. Bethany said it was normal for Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana and Ethan not to answer if they were sleeping if she called late at night. Bethany looked at her phone, and it showed Bethany called Dylan at 4:19 and at 4:20. Dylan called Bethany back. During the call, Bethany asked Dylan if she heard a firecracker, and Dylan said she did. Whoa! What? But could not recall if it was during this call where Dylan was talking about seeing someone in black walking in the house. Dude, it makes me wonder because if you got an office in that room and Bethany saw the flash under the door, it has to be down there. Because I don't know if you would notice illumination change in the light under your door if it's happening upstairs and there's a half a wall and then your bedroom's down the stairs and then all the way to the other side. I don't know if that illumination is going to fill under the door crack, and so it's got to be right there. Dylan heard it. I wonder if somebody, because they tried to break into Xana's door before. That's why Xana's dad came out there to replace the lock. So we know that they weren't trying to break into Xana's door because Xana's door was already open because they were chasing her. And she wouldn't have it locked with Ethan sleeping in there either, and she's out going to check upstairs. So that noise wouldn't have came from them trying to break into Xana's door. It makes me wonder, were they trying to break into that spare bedroom downstairs across from Bethany? Like they thought something was in that office? Or they thought that something was being stashed. Obviously, it wasn't in Xana's room because they broke in. They probably didn't find nothing. They were probably coming back to see, okay, maybe it's in this locked room in the office, in that, that special closet that we showed you guys back in March of 2023. Once Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room together, they continued to talk about what they heard and saw. Bethany told me Dylan said the male in black was walking out of the back door and they had made contact with each other. Bethany said Dylan said the male was white with a big nose and that he was possibly holding a small vacuum type object. So, and I know Rosie brought this up before about the big nose. Where I wonder why they didn't use that in the probable cause affidavit, right? Bushy eyebrow, big nose. They used the bushy eyebrow. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Busby, with the keypad. I was saying the something that sounds like a firecracker and creates a spark could be somebody trying to fry the keypad with electricity. So you could try and fry the keypad with a taser. You know what I'm saying? Or you have a battery and a couple wires, and you introduce the positive and the negative into the the electric function of it, and you can fry the shit. You just introduce electricity. But that's, to me, what it would make that it would make where it wouldn't be like, oh, that's a gunshot. You would think it's a firecracker, like. Then you get a flash, but the flash was going up and down like a sparkler. Think about a sparkler. When you light a sparkler, it's not constantly the same brightness the whole time. It goes in and out, in and out. Sparkler brightness will go in and out. That is it. When you're frying a circuit board, you're gonna have the in and out. It's going to come in and out. You're going to have a spark, then a flame. Then the flame's going to go down. You'll have another spark. I mean, it's in and out. Let me see here. Small type object. Bethany and Dylan did not call 911 at the same time because Bethany and Dylan was imagining what she was talking about. Bethany stated both her and Dylan were both still drunk and they were very groggy. Bethany told me prior to hearing the firecracker, she thought she heard Murphy bark. She also heard what she thought was the beer pong table moving and cups falling. So that was probably when Xana was getting chased and they ran into the beer pong table. Bethany stated she was not sure what the sequence of events were for sure, but she knows she heard Murphy bark the beer pong table and then the firecracker first before she called Dylan to see if she had heard the same thing. So we didn't see that in those documents either. We didn't see Bethany contacting Dylan. Did you hear this? We only saw documents of Dylan asking Bethany. We didn't see anything about Bethany asking Dylan. Bethany told me, the blue substance on the table. The one of the other friends, in one of these the other documents we read a few ago, they discussed about the blue powder on the nightstand, and how they always saw Xana crushing it up and this and that and whatever. Let me see. Bethany told me she tried calling Xana and Maddie at 4:21 in the morning, then tried calling Ethan at 4:22. Bethany stated she tried calling Maddie, Kaylee, Xana several more times once Dee got into her room. Bethany told me when she went to bed, she remembers most of the lights being left on inside the house. Bethany told me after trying to contact the other roommates, she fell back to sleep and then woke up around 7:30 in the morning. Tried calling her dad about her tooth. Bethany called her dad again at 8, but there was no answer. Her house at 8:01 with no answer, and then called her mom at 8:02, and he answered and asked to talk to her dad. Her dad called back at 8:09, and she talked to him and eventually took Advil for her tooth. Bethany then fell back asleep. Bethany woke up at around 11 in the morning and noticed no one else in the house was up. Bethany stated she knew this because Xana's Snapchat location was not on, and it should have been. Bethany and Dylan got scared because they should have been up. Bethany then called her friend Jay and told her she and Dylan were scared. Josie, Dylan were hurt and scared and asked if she would come and get them. Dylan then called Emily and asked her to come over. Dylan and Bethany knew Emily was with Hunter, so they knew he would come over with her. Hunter arrived at the house, came through the front door. Hunter went up the stairs first, and when she and Dylan went to the stairs, Hunter turned around and told Dylan and Bethany to get out of the house to call for help. Bethany stated she could see Xana on the floor of her bedroom. Bethany said Xana was wearing underwear and a sweatshirt. Bethany stated the door was partially open, but stated the door would be closed. Bethany called 911 and was trying to talk to the dispatcher, but was having a hard time talking. Bethany had to give the phone to her friend so she could talk to the dispatcher. I asked Bethany if she ever heard of Xana, if she ever seen Xana on the floor like she did that morning. Bethany told me she has never seen this, but has heard Xana would pass out on the floor in the past when she is highly intoxicated. Yeah, when you're drinking and taking Adderall, and yeah, you never know. Bethany told me Hunter went back into the house. Bethany could not remember if Jack and Ethan went into the house. Bethany told me she believed Hunter grabbed a knife from the kitchen when he went back into the house. Bethany stated the police arrived as she was still on the phone and she got disconnected with dispatch. Bethany did not provide any further information related to this incident. Well, we can tell you right now, all this shit about we don't do drugs. Holy shit. And how could some of the friends say that stuff on the prime dock one night in Idaho, knowing damn well that this shit existed? What the hell? You just straight up trying to cover face and hopefully it don't come out. Well, guess what? It fucking did. All right, let's go to 90. Wow, we weren't on 90 yet? Yeah, we were. We're on 91 now. I'm sorry, you guys. I really want to finish to 100. I know we're pushing 5.5 hours, and I'm still going to try and be back on later tonight to discuss this document 77. I just never have enough time to do shit right now. All right, hold on. I don't even have time to make short content about all this shit we're finding. Tyson Barrett, Mogan property released. Okay, got a call from KL. That's Maddie's mom. Okay, 1223 received a call. Okay, and these are all going to be short ones too. That just discusses Maddie's release here. So let me add the rest of these layovers with the numbers, and then we should be able to knock all these out real quick. I can actually have some time, a few minutes to eat something for today. I haven't ate for today yet even, and I got a couple other things to do before I even attempt to try and get back on and do a show, but I'm going to try to be back on later tonight, and I'm going to sit here. I don't know if I'll have time to look anything up. I probably won't. I probably won't have any time to look anything up before a show, but I will just... I do my shit on the fly, and I always do it better on the fly, so I'll just figure it out on the fucking fly. Because I doubt I'm going to have any time to do any kind of searching until that. Maybe if it was later tonight, I might, but as of... there's just not going to be any time. It's already 5:30 here. I still probably got about another half hour. And then I have to do all that stuff, and that's going to push about 2 hours later. So we're talking like maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock Central, if I'm able. All right, so this was the Mogan. This was 91, so we'll get rid of that. We'll go to 92. Did it not switch? All right, there we go. We'll go to 92. All right. Disaster relief. My voice needs a break too, but I don't know how I'm supposed to get a break with all these documents. All right. Lanier Disaster Services response on December 30th, 2022 at approximately 8:45 in the morning. Disaster Services responded to 1122 King Road. So they called them after BK was arrested, and the day that the press conference too. So, yeah, they called them 5 hours. No, actually, it's longer than that, because if you're talking Moscow time, that's a few hours. So, wow. So about 10 hours later, they called to have the company come out there to clean it up, and that's after the arrest. You would think that you would want to make sure that that's all saved. But let me see. To be cleaning biohazardous and other chemicals used during the crime scene processing. This was a prearranged response. As members of disaster response were setting up their tents and barriers, I received a call from Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. Mr. Thompson advised me that the judge's order had just been issued requesting all mitigation and cleanup be halted immediately. At that point, I instructed the disaster services crew members to stop. Blah, blah, blah. And we know that. And they all left the scene. All right, so there's that. Let's go to document 93. All right, we'll bring this open. All right, and then this is transportation of DNA profile to Orthram in Houston, Texas. This was from Blaker. And on November 21st, 2022, I traveled to Moscow, Idaho, to Meridian, Idaho, to drop off evidence at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory located at blank Meridian, Idaho. After getting evidence checked into the lab, I signed for a DNA profile, which had been generated by the ISP Forensics Lab. Let me see here. This DNA profile was collected from a knife sheath, which was found by ISP investigators from District 2 during the initial search of 1122 King Road on November 13th. The sheath had been transported to the lab by ISP troopers. The DNA profile was stored in a vial, which was then packaged in an evidence envelope by ISP lab technicians and properly sealed with evidence tape. I signed the package showing I was taking possession of it on 11/21/22, sometime between such and such. I took possession. It stayed in the box provided to me. Let me see here. I removed it from the box and placed it in a small backpack. The backpack stayed in my possession. Wait a minute. What? I took possession of the DNA profile. Oh, okay. It stayed in the box provided. Then he put it in a backpack. It stayed in the backpack. The only time I was not physically holding the backpack was when I went through TSA security at the Boise airport. I was able to see the backpack as it went through the security system, and subsequent check of my carry-on by TSA security. The envelope DNA sample was in, never... The envelope the DNA sample was in never left the backpack at any time during the security check by TSA. I arrived in Houston, Texas. I traveled. That's weird. Don't you think? Okay. You're talking a DNA sample. Don't you think that a DNA sample is supposed to be in a refrigerated container, right? DNA samples are supposed to be in a refrigerated container. So you're telling me that you're getting on a fucking plane, there's no temperature control, and that's the sample? Something don't seem right about that. Because if it's in your backpack, well, why would you take it? If it was in a box, no, this is what you're missing, Sherry. The DNA profile was stored in a vial. That is not a paper or a digital document. That is a actual physical item. So it's not a digital. No, they didn't have that profile yet. This is them giving it to Orthram. It went to Orthram because they didn't have the profile already made. They were attempting to get that part on a digital data. That's what they were attempting to get to. This right here, stored in a vial and then in a box. So it's an actual physical. It's an actual physical DNA profile sample. That should be refrigerated. What you're talking about, they get to that. They don't even get to that with Orthram. Sherry, they don't even get to that when it's in Orthram. They don't even get to that part that you're thinking of until the FBI does their work. That's when they reach the point where it becomes a digital document. This is physical. I handed the envelope. An employee, we completed the chain of evidence paperwork on both ends. Form provided. I burned all these files onto DVD, which was booked into evidence. All right, hold on. Let me go to... Let's see, what are we on now? 94. Okay, 94. What the hell are you doing with a vial? Throwing it in a backpack, dude. A freaking vial in a backpack. That's like the investigators that showed up for OJ and they were putting his bloody socks in the back seat of the car that's sitting on top of a binder. Like, bro, there's a way to transfer evidence and there's a way not to. All right, so this is 94 Lawrence Mowry, Detective Mowry, Koberger Gmail. Okay, so Gmail, January 3rd, January 3rd, January 4th. They got the information back, and then everything was completed. Receipt, affidavit, everything's turned in. So there's that. We're going to go to 95 now. Okay, 95. 95. All right, let me open this window. Okay, 95. UPS warrant service. Brett Payne was December 2nd. Brett Payne was granted a warrant for video obtained by UPS. What? Stating the data. For a video obtained by UPS. That's weird. What? Via their current carrier vehicle. So maybe they wanted video. Maybe they wanted video proof of the K-bar being delivered. Maybe that's what it is. They wanted proof of the K-bar being delivered. But usually when you're ordering, well, let me think here. Because usually when I order off of Amazon, it comes FedEx. So maybe it's just a different part of the country. It always comes FedEx. Wait. No, it. Yeah, it's like FedEx or something. But it's probably just a regional thing. All right, so there's that. That's 95. We're going to go to 96. We're almost there, guys. 96, and then I'm going to try and be back later on tonight because I probably won't have time to research anything, but I will do the shit on the fly when we start the show if I need to be. Let me see here. Dustin Blaker, towing of vehicles. So there's the vehicles being towed. 5 vehicles. Okay. Assisted, took possession, booked it. So this is just the towing of the vehicles. Assisted him. Retrieve the data. Okay, found 3 ECUs. Okay, reinstalled. I contacted. Told me he could provide. All right, so there's that one. We're going to switch to 97. All right, we're going to share this window. All right, Blaker. Transported deceased, so this is them transporting their bodies. November 13th, 2022. Okay, so we don't, like, nobody's seen the bodies come out. We didn't see anybody taking out the bodies. So it's going to be interesting to see what time. Let's see. Blank was called to remove the 4 deceased and then transport them to Spokane for autopsies to be performed at around 21:28. So, okay, that's why. So, 9:28, so 9:30 is when they did that. Stay with Xana needs they could return and transport. So they only took 2 at a time. I followed. So they only took 2 at a time. They took Xana and Ethan first, and then Kaylee and Madison after. Once at Blank, I watched blank place name tags on the 4 Discord numbers to identify them. I then placed evidence tape on the body bags, sealing the bags up until they arrived, and the autopsies could be completed. I photographed the evidence tape, and I have burned these photos onto a DVD, which was booked into evidence. I then saw H place the 4 deceased into a cooler located in his facility. Okay, there's that. Let me see here. We're going to go to 98 now. Okay, 98. Open up this window. Okay, so this is Lawrence Mowry. Allen Warrant Service. I applied for, okay, so that's debit cards. On December 22nd, I applied for and was granted a warrant for financial records from Allen Financial Services for Kaylee Gonsalves. Why did they wait until the 22nd? Why would you wait all the way that long? See if any financial could be located showing it. What the fuck, man? You're gonna wait until December 22nd to see if there's any kind of financial financial transactions that could show evidence of the murder? Like, what the how does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? A month and a week and a half later, you're going to look up finance. I mean, what the? Okay, U.S. Bank, downloaded, da. Okay, you see that. That don't make no damn sense. You're going to wait until December 22nd to see if there's any financial transactions that took place showing evidence in the murder? I mean, I guess you're waiting to see. Okay, did somebody steal this card? Like, what? No, it said a debit card was found with her name on it in her residence. The person didn't steal it. What the fuck? Like, that makes no damn sense whatsoever, man. Ass backwards shit. All right, this is 99. That's some ass backwards shit, man. I could see if the person stole it. Then you wait a fucking month and a week to see if there's anything associated with it. But the fact that you found it there and you're waiting a month, a week, and a half to see if there's any kind of financial transactions that could... What the hell is going on? Blue Ridge warrant. All right, this is for the K-bar. Sales record. Okay, Blue Knife. Purchases. Okay. Blue Ridge Knives are a wholesaler. We already know that. Warrant was served. Warrant received an email. Files were ready. Completed it. And documented everything. All right. And so finally, 100. We're going to see what this has. And then on the next show that we do this, we're going to be doing 100 to 150. And the next show, I'm going to be figuring out this document 77. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure out who it is, where they live, where the shit was taking place. Lawrence Mowry, Extreme Network. Okay, there's the Extreme Network warrant for Kaylee. Applied granted Extreme Networks to assist unlocking a laptop located at 1122. Let me see. Kaylee is a paid employee. The warrant requested permission for Extreme Networks to unlock and provide a password for the laptop. I forwarded the warrant. They got the warrant back, the email. The documents are ready. They were able to receipt it, download it, document it, and that is it for that. All right. It didn't change. Hold on. Yes, we finally made it. It's 6 hours of straight reading, but we finally made 51 to 100, and I'm glad we did, because this document 77 and then on top of that, oh yeah, I was going to show you guys that. Let me show you guys that. Hold on. Let me show you that. So here's document 77, right? All right, hold on. Let me go back. Let's go to the first document 77. All right, so check this out. You got the L, right? I'm gonna zoom way in on it. L and then 3 letters. Okay? L and 3 letters. Now, focus on that L. Focus on the L. Focus on the size of the redaction. Focus on the size of the redaction, right? Now watch this. You go boom to the next one. Focus on the size of the redaction. 3 letters, because you got 1, 2, 3. 3 letters, you got 1, 2, 3. 3 letters. See the size of the redaction. Let's go to the next one. Still on 77. Size of the redaction. 1 letter, 2 letter, 3 letter. Right? One letter, 2 letter, 3 letter. That's why I said document 88. Document 88 shows you that's the same person. That's why when I seen that L block, I'm like, wait a minute. That looks exactly like the size of 77. So We're going to get into that. I need a small break. It's been 6 hours today, 5 hours yesterday, 5 hours the day before. My voice is getting a little hoarse. I need to recoup it a little bit. We're going to be back tonight. I don't know exactly what time. I'm guessing maybe come back around 8:30. Come back around 8:30. If you don't see anything live, then look at the live section. See if there's. I will have something out by then. I just need to figure out. I don't want to set a time and then have to bump it back. And I want to try and get. I need to get this stuff done because the last 3 days there's been shit that I have not been able to even get to because of all these documents and having to read them all. But it's important, and I'm glad we're doing it. Because, like I said, I don't know. There's plenty of other people that are way past where we're at, and I haven't heard shit about Document 77. So maybe it's a good reason why we're going through every single one, digging through every single document individually, because we're not going to, this shit ain't going to go by. I know, right? We're going to figure it out. I'm going to, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, this one right here, and this is what, this right here gives me yes, it's all going to be redacted, but I'm going to tell you right now, it will all make sense to my freaking tile flipping brain here. Because this is going to line up, that's going to line up. I'm going to look it up on Google. Yeah, we're going to be looking up on Google. I'm going to figure this shit out. We're going to figure this out. Well, I'm going to read. Maybe I will have more clues later on, but I really feel like I can get everything that I need from these documents right here to figure it out. I really do. I think there's enough here to figure it out. And we're going to discuss it tonight. And then I'm going to go back tomorrow. We're having, like I said, a huge heat dome here. I'm not even going to go outside tomorrow. I had planned to be working all day tomorrow. I'm going to skip that tomorrow. And I'm going to stay here because of the heat dome. It's just too dangerous. We're looking at 115 heat index tomorrow. I'm just going to stay in. So tomorrow morning into the mid-afternoon, whatever, I'm going to read more. We're going to get through like the next 50 or whatever. But yeah. All right. I'll see you guys later. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. I love you guys. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. Also, share this out to your socials. I need to make a timestamp about document 77 in the comment section. If you want to beat me to it, go ahead and beat me to it. When I start reading document 77, then when we go to document 88, I need to put those timestamps in the description. That way we can go back to this too and share it out, because something's definitely sketchy. And come back tonight. Come back tonight and help me figure it out. Because maybe you guys might, hey, what about this? And then all of a sudden, oh shit, yeah, you're right. That does help me out. Let's figure it out together. Something's messed up here. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you later. And please stay safe. And I can't wait to see you guys later. We'll figure this shit out. Love you. Peace.
Try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the
supervisor in mind to have a case report.
Constable Sheridan and Wilson. First standby. 10-4.